Hello, everyone. So today is Sunday, June 27th, 2021, and we have our lovely guest, my dear friend, Miles Johnston from the Basis Project. Miles Johnston is an established researcher and television broadcaster from the 1970s. He did pirate radio, and I think that's where he got his start. I'm going to be asking him about pirate radio today. He's interviewed a whole lot of people, and as I said in my ad, he hasn't just scratched the surface of the UFO phenomenon. He's gone into the deep, dark belly of the beast with fantastic accounts from people who are UFO abductees, experiencers, contactees, TIs, whistleblowers, scientists, dowsers, healers, and even one or two ex-illuminati magicians that will scare and fascinate you at the same time. So welcome, Miles. Welcome to Vancouver UFO.
Well, welcome to Vancouver. It's a wonderful place. I love Canada. I lived there for a year, 1977 to 1978. I have relatives in Winnipeg, or had relatives in Winnipeg, and I knew a DJ in Fox FM in Vancouver. And that was a while back, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really wonderful. So I love the American radio. I love the Canadian radio. I recorded lots of stuff when I was in Toronto. And is that right? And all right. I think
We
you
have
say
some
that.
members from Toronto, so they can correct your diction if they're around.
Well, I'll stand corrected. And it was good fun. I managed to get a year out as a student to get to Canada, and they actually wanted somebody for America. So ended up two of my class at the Polytechnic, which became the Ulster University. I did an engineering thing, and then I moved over to specialize in electronics, and that's what I sort of got as a formal qualification. And
Oh.
so one of the classmates was in Detroit, and the other one was me, and I was in Toronto. And I had a relative in Winnipeg. And when I flew to Winnipeg, the thing which got me was, wow, it's flat. It's just
Mhm.
no, there's no water. And when you live on an island like I do with mountains and water, you just suddenly get off the plane. I mean, even when I was in Toronto, you got the Great Lakes. They're slightly
Yeah,
big.
that's
There's a
right.
bit of water. There's a bit of water in Great Lakes. But to go to Winnipeg, I just whoa. And when people from Holland come here, they're used to the canals and things, and they come to this canal, but they're not used to the differences in terrain and the huge fields
Hmm.
of wheat and stuff, and they love the crop circles. And
Yeah.
that's where we are here with the crop circles, the
Well, I
whole
wanted
world.
to tell you what's behind me. This is the Diefenbunker, the Diefenbunker that John Diefenbaker made in 1959 when they were scared about the Cold War. And they made this humongous bunker to house 535 government people that would be able to live down here in case of a nuclear attack. So this is one of the tunnels that we have now, and this is now a museum. It's a Canadian museum in
Wow.
Ottawa. Yeah, little town called Carp that's close to Ottawa. So you went down. I think it's a 100 yards or so way down there, and then you hit a steel door, and then they had all these other very non-hotel looking type rooms, bedrooms. They had the CBC down there, so that you could still keep communications going in case of a nuclear attack. And thank God we didn't have one, right? So now it's just a museum piece.
That's fantastic. Although they do say that the only reason they sell these things off is because they got something bigger.
Oh,
And the other thing is that they also show you these things. So, well, we've shown you all this, and we're not keeping any secrets. And there's a tunnel, and wow, okay, go away, move. And then they open it up, and then they do what they continue to do. We have a similar one here at Rudlow Manor, which was the head of the UFO project in the UK. and it was a country house, and it's all fallen to pieces. And my friend and colleague Matthew Williams does a lot of stuff about tunnels like that, and really all they're doing is just going deeper and bigger. And these things connect with the ancient tunnels, the ancient hyper tunnel system across the planet.
Right.
And would you believe it? I'm sure you've heard of Elon Musk, but
No, who is he?
I don't know. I don't. Who is this guy? Anyway,
Where did he come
he.
from?
I've no. That's a good question. And he's got access to two things in the UK: the submarine bases for use as spaceports. Okay, that's
Mhm.
Scotland and the south of England. And secondly, the tunnel system. From a
Right.
commercial point of view, he has a commercial company which deals with tunnels, and he also has a commercial company called Neurotech, I believe, and that deals with the interface of nerves with the brain and the external technology. So there, in um, one little name, Elon, you've got a connection with the super soldiers, remotely controlled secret space program technology, which are actually flown by connecting somebody here telepathically to the craft which is flying around in hyperspace. And I just heard today, courtesy of the Dark Journalist, that Werner von Braun wrote a fiction, he wrote a novel about Mars and about populating Mars. Obviously, this is way back in the 70s. And one of the fictional heroes in that book that Werner von Braun wrote in the 1970s was a character called Ellen.
Oh, wow.
So, this,
Amazing.
so I mean, this is, it's not, no coincidences in this game.
Wow, that blows me away, really. It just makes you it just takes your mind to all kinds of crazy areas like clones. I have a bunch of pictures if you want to see them later on when you're doing your tunnels. I collected a bunch of pictures last night of tunnels all over the earth that have been used for populations when they've been in danger. Which, playing devil's advocate, I did want to say that, maybe some of these things are not as nefarious as we think, because in the past they have been used to protect the people.
Yes,
And up to 20,000 people were living in underneath Turkey when they were
very
experiencing
important.
different wars,
And
right?
it very important.
So, it may not be as dark as we think it is. Maybe the government does love us, and maybe they are, getting things ready for us to hide out if we need to be.
I think that's crucial to what's happening right now. I think you're absolutely spot on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Miles, take it away.
Well, you mean me? Well, anyway, just so that people see me, I've got this thing on a loop that were a number of little MI5 agents which wanted to know why the hell I was taking video of the Cane Hill Locks. These are the Cane Hill Locks behind me in Devizes, which is a wonderful town on the Vale of Pewsey, and it's also the home of the crop circles. And there's some other. There's a couple of old standing stone things like Stonehenge. You probably haven't heard of that. And another one's called Avebury, which is mimicked on Mars. If you look at Richard Hoagland's work, and the guys who did that stuff way back in the 70s. So nothing much going on here. But the other thing is that there's loads of bases all around here, big ones, small ones. And in your description, you mentioned about a tunnel where the government would go. Well, not too far away from here is a huge underground sort of town, a completely self-contained town, or if you come from Belfast, a town. And that's where the government would go. And it's a huge place. And we know about it because, and I know where the entrance is as well. It's just on the A303. And the A303 is that wonderful road that goes right past Stonehenge, if you can. remember, see where Stonehenge is,
Mm.
which is only about 10 miles away from here.
Wow.
But there was a telephone engineer, and he was only put on the job temporarily for that day, and he had to connect. The thing about bases is that at some point they must connect with the outside world, either with water, air, electricity, or communications. And this guy had to fix some communication stuff, and he was at the junction where the outside wires and the inside wires connected. And basically, he blabbed about it, which is why we know about it. He was fired. He'll probably never work for anything like that again. But there's quite a large, substantial number of features around here. And one of the people I interviewed is a young woman called Julie Phelps, and she was a mechanics specialist in engine technologies for the RAF, and she was fairly unique. She's got a very good photograph of the second in command of the RAF actually saying thank you and shaking her hand. These kind of photographs don't happen by coincidence. Um, and she essentially is one of the people who is flying remote vehicles for the secret space program.
Mm.
So that's a long time after she left the RAF, but she got in there. She also specialized in microelectronics and stuff like that. So there's a lot of bases here, and the reason why I do bases is uh, when I came to London to work for Sky Television, I started to get involved with the UFO community in London, and there was a great, really excellent society called London UFO Studies, and that's in the east of London, and just east of where they are, we've now know there's a big fat ET base just in the Thames estuary, just on the northern side of the Thames estuary, near Essex. And we also know that there's a big fat ET base in central London at Holborn, which is also a very major Masonic center. And of course, there's just beside that, there's Temple, and it's called Temple because the Knights Templar did things there. So there's reasons why these bases are associated with these energetic sites.
Right.
And they used to, there were people who we sort of discovered there were sort of errors, and the way you can feel that there's a base operating is rather than having big control towers and lots of fences and guards and all that, they produce a sort of synthetic reality to cover their their positions, and the same happens with things underground. And what we noticed was, and I say we because I noticed it, a Holborn tube station is pretty deep, and it's got an escalator which is pretty long. And one of the problems is that when you've got your reality shielding starts going faulty or they need to tweak it, is the differentials between the fake reality and the false reality. And you notice that when you just go through the barrier, you suddenly find that suddenly things change very rapidly. But if you're not looking for it, you won't see it. And I noticed that on an airplane every time I flew from Belfast, from London to Belfast. You're doing it all the time, once a week. BBC, when I was at BBC, they gave me a ticket home Monday and Friday, but back home and back there. And once we went over a particular part of the Irish Sea, not far from what they call the Isle of Man, the whole cabin of the aircraft uh, would stretch, just go whoosh and then back. And you notice that the first time and you keep noticing it. And the similar kind of thing happened at Holborn Tube Station in central London, where the escalator was a lot shorter than it should have been. And then it was a lot longer, which it should be. And
Mm.
that was an example of the reality shielding failing in a deep underground facility. And that's one of the things you can look for when you have a little bit of a problem. I noticed this years ago when I had a French girlfriend. She brought me to Chartres Cathedral, and the cathedrals and the architecture of these technological time-space devices, i.e., churches and cathedrals, they're operating with sacred geometry, I don't like calling it sacred, it's high technology, dynamic, complex number space. And I noticed that when you were driving towards the village, the, the cathedral is massive. It looks really big in comparison to the rest of the village.
Mm.
Then my girlfriend brought me there, and she was testing if I was noticing this. When you're sitting right beside the cathedral, it's not really that big. There are houses which are like three-story houses um, in the market square and so forth. And the houses are all very small in comparison to the church, but they're not that small. And that is when there is a perspective error, and they get their in it, the perspective was inverted. In other words, the closer you got, the smaller things got, as opposed to things getting bigger in relative terms.
Oh, Miles, can I just stop you there for a second? I'm a little bit lost on this. So, first of all, I'd like to know who they is. You know, if you know who they is, and also what is it being used for? I mean, I've heard people talk about the Bernstein Bears and all this with the Mandela effect. Are you talking about Mandela effect
Well, that's the
being?
problem about the Mandela effect. It's a manufactured reality management system
Right.
of some kind,
Okay.
where local things change, and they also change retrospectively in time. So, as far as the Mandela effect is concerned, one of the things is the Lord's Prayer, and it I
Yes.
think forgive us our sins against us and blah blah blah. Now it's forgive us our debts. Now, a colleague of mine went to a church with one of those big Bibles, was huge big Bibles, and that was an extremely old Bible. It'd been there for 100 years or 200 years or whatever it is, and the text in that old Bible had changed. So
Yes.
that's one of the problems about
I had heard that when you make the switch into a new reality, everything goes, and only people have the memory of the old reality.
because your memory is not stored in this 3D space-time continuum field, energy field.
Hmm.
When you're accessing your memory, that means if it was anyway, saw that reality disturbance at Holborn Tube Station, Central London, and we both mentioned that to each other at the time. And later, there was a targeting of the Holborn Tube Station. But what was happening was people in tube trains were being abducted. They were going into the tunnel near that area, and they were being taken by the Greys. Now, I noticed this independently, and because I noticed that when people were coming out of the tunnel, they were completely switched off, and only when the train actually sort of stopped, suddenly they seemed to all wake up,
Mm.
and then something had happened. So now Simon Parks echoed that. He actually mentioned about the Holborn Tube Station, and he mentioned about people being taken uh, in the base, and why when that base took a hit, lots of Greys were taken out. And he's very sympathetic to the Greys and reptilians. So some energy weapon happened, and then what happened in the immediate area of Holborn, all the electric cables, anything with copper in the ground went on fire. They had a huge fire in all the cable ducts all around the area. And the BBC actually announced it. Thousands of people had to get out of their offices and get away from it. So this is an example of noticing a base, making a few conclusions, and then somebody at some point decides to take it out. So the
Right.
energy field they use to take out that base, and you won't see it in 3D because it's not in 3D. So they're taking something, an interdimensional energy weapon system is able to take that base out without the whole place full up, the whole Holborn tube station falling into a hole. And that took one of the other things that happened there was the British Telecom and the electrical supply people had every single emergency uh, uh, team that they physically had in the country were working beside those guys, working to get those cables out, because those cables are made with such lethal chemicals. One breath, and you don't have a second. So there were occasions where they had to literally just pull somebody out and give them oxygen instantly, otherwise they'd be dead. And there were, I mean, so that's a real event. It's not imagination. Now, the other thing that's happening beside me on the hills behind is a place called Chair Hill, um, and that's got a white horse, and the white horses are around Willie. So, I mean, in a similar way that you've got Chair Hill, White Horse, and there's a it's a wonderful place to come around here. It's we've got the crop circles and all that. Or we used to. We don't have as many now, but that's another example where Chair Hill is, and actually there's a big ET craft relatively deep, but not too deep, under the ground. And if you look at the old paintings of the and drawings of the Avebury um, Chair Hill, Cheryl area, which is a sort of a mountain area, which is almost the highest spot. It is the highest spot. It's near, not too far from Milk Hill, but these mountains just immediately behind me, you can't see them, but they're the highest spot between east and west here. And the canal just goes along there. So it's at the highest level between east and west, south of England. So that's the place that they're likely to have your facilities. It's also a lot of chalk, so it's very easy to mine and drill and put things into. So she picked up on this big ET thing at Chair Hill. That's CHERHILL. So that's just a little bit of what's going on around here, and the crop circles and the interdimensional gateway just beside the barge inn, where we have the crop circles at the East Field. And there was a great Native American called, I think, Rod Bearcloud, I think. Way back in the 90s, late 90s, he got a feeling. You've got to pay attention to your feelings. And
Yes.
he just felt, just get up and bring your camera. And he went up to this place called Knapp Hill. And that is right above, it gets, the escarpment goes up pretty quickly there. And that's right above this wonderful big field, what we call a big field. Obviously, in Canada, you've got slightly bigger fields than we have here. And he just recorded stuff, and he packed up his camera and came back. And
Mm-hmm.
that was where, when he did the editing, he could see a cloaked triangular craft comes, just whisked straight out of the field and just went up in a big sort of arc and just flew away. Now, we now know that was a TR-3B Alpha, and they're screened and cloaked, and they use 3 Mercury engines, which are derived from the technology that the Nazis were working with the Glock or the Bell. And those triangular craft with the 3 glowing bits at the corners,
Yes.
they are they're man-made, using Nazi technology, and they are the ones which sort of fly and go into hyperspace and just fly all around the place, take it to the moon and back in about 15 minutes. Now, I did ask the Ministry of Defense, since it's old technology, that when they're running uh, my conference in July, normally what happens is that when people run conferences, that they get a helicopter or they get a little airplane and they go and take you around the crop circles. So I wrote to the MOD and said, look, you got the UFO disclosure thing, you've got the Space Force thing. Maybe you could send somebody, the British Space Force, UK Space Command, I think it is, was announced on April Fool's Day,
Mm.
1st of April. And I thought, well, maybe somebody from the Ministry of Defense could sort of come down and just talk about the whole space thing, and and maybe they could just have a TR-3. It's old technology. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
and just have one parked in the car park, and it can take maybe six or seven or half a dozen people, whatever, and they could just pay the MOD like a couple of quid, and they could just take them to the moon and back in half an hour and have a bit of a thrill. and then have a few beers in the barge inn, which has got used to have a thing called alien abductee beer.
Right.
So,
Well,
but strangely, the MOD hasn't dignified that with a reply. I just don't understand these things, you know.
seems so easy, right?
Yeah,
Well, it would be nice at least if they got up there with really good airplanes or helicopters and did some good film. You know,
yeah.
they have so much money, they could really do a good.
Well, I wouldn't say that. That if you ever work for MI5, they never pay you.
Mm.
So I'm told. Ooh, ooh.
So, Miles, I have a question for you. When you say just rolls off the tongue, uh, ET bases all around your area, what exactly are you talking about? Are you talking about bases where the ETs are in charge, bases where they're making these biological life forms that you've
Yeah.
spoken about before, or bases where they're making some other things and humans and the ETs are working together? What do
And
you mean
food.
when you say,
And food. Yeah, and food. Um, um, that's all of above.
yeah?
Okay, essentially, basically, London UFO Studies, this guy, Barry King, his father, in the end of World War II, there's a couple of important players here. You've got General Patton, who was bumped off, the Germans, Project Paperclip, and that brought a lot of German scientists to the United States. They created the CIA. There's an ultra secret intelligence agency within the Germanic uh, countries, because Germany itself was only a relatively recent construct of the late 19th century. And the DVD, it's called, and it's an undescribably long name in German. And they were intricately in control of a lot of the presidents and prime ministers, Stalin, Mao Zedong, Lloyd George, Eisenhower, and they have a presence which controls the British economy through the Cabinet Office. MI6 is compromised. So there's a whole raft of things which have been going on, which I don't understand why things happened, why you lost the Avro fighter, which is one of the finest fighters that were ever built, why Britain lost its equivalent here was the TR2 or something, or TSR2. That was a fantastic jet which we actually tested down here in Wiltshire, and they were scrapped and burned and all that. Anyway, there's reasons why all that happened, why the UK and Canadian defence has been sabotaged at root level at the seat of government, and that goes back a long time, including the civil air aviation industry. But what happened was, at the close of the war, the British discovered a base in Germany, possibly near Poland, and the Germans were working with strange-looking humans and also a strange-looking aircraft. Now, remember, the Germans were extremely advanced. They had the flying wing. They had all that sort of stuff. They were well ahead with what's called non-Einsteinian physics. So none of this has to be extraterrestrial. We've been hampered with fake and flawed physics. So we screw up on our energy, screw up on our aircraft and all that. So that stuff was taken to Britain, and the Americans walked in, and that was all taken to Britain. So during Project Paperclip, you got all the Nazi flying, all the flying saucer stuff, and also the rocket stuff, which is a distraction. The Russians got their lot, but we got the really nasty stuff, as in the mind controlled MK Ultra stuff, genetic engineering, and the ability to make program generated life forms. And in vitro fertilization was not created for infertile couples. It was designed and created to make interbred aliens. Now, Maria Wheatley, who's a brilliant local archaeologist, way ahead of the pulse. She's been at a couple of the conferences in the United States, the big Wake and Aware thing, what you call it, Contact and Desert. And she's a local, she's a very close friend of mine, damn fine girl. And she has found lots of long skulled ET, no, they're not ETs, they're long-skulled peoples in the burial chambers here in Wiltshire. And I don't know if your group have heard of Lloyd Pye.
Yes.
And he did a lot of work, and we were very privileged to interview him during the Amash stuff that I did with a group called the Amash Project with Joanne Summerscales, Dave Hodvian, and David Griffin. David Griffin is the key source of the original Black Goo stuff, which came from the Falkland Islands. No, the George Islands, south of the Falklands, and is an extraterrestrial intelligent fluid, but we'll deal with that. And that is, and this whole thing happened. So they started making transgenic aliens here in Berkshire, and that was at underneath a base called Peasmore. And some of my colleagues who have done a lot of work on this, that's James Casbolt, who's now, don't know where he is, the Grid Keeper, which is Duncan Davis, and a guy called Sohail. Now, that was a group of people, and the fourth guy that they were involved with was actually the guy who was in the book depository while Kennedy was being ritually shot. He was actually in the book depository, standing beside the two CIA shooters who had two rifles very, very close, which then were used to assassinate Kennedy. And he has sat in this room here, and he was part of the James Casbolt Gridkeeper team. And they found the Peasmore base way back late in 2007, 2008. Meanwhile, Barry King had been talking about that for ages. And I was way back in the, I think, 94, 95. Barry brought me with a woman called Lisa Williams, who was intricately involved with Greys and stuff in East London. Remember, the Greys have ETs have a major bases all dotted around the place, and they were abducting her and all that. And her children and children of other contactees in my labs have subsequently grown up, and they're all effectively in the secret space program.
Oh.
So that's what the whole thing's for. You have they are integrating all of this. There is incredibly detailed integration with the ETs, the Greys, the Reptilians, the Dracos, the whole lot. The Tall Whites, they were thrown out quite recently. The Reptilians were the Tall Whites. Listen, I don't want to get ahead of myself. So essentially, in vitro fertilization is something that was used to make these transgenic babies, which Lloyd Pye's so-called star child was involved with. Maria Wheatley has discovered a star child type being in Wiltshire here. And as with Lloyd Pye's child, it was a baby born of a human mother. So it means it had to have the alien DNA put into a human egg so that it would work in a human womb. They were born, and one of them is buried here in Wiltshire. And remember, Wiltshire is covered with artifacts, but also, strangely, lots of military bases all involved with this. So there's an incredibly internecine connection with the military and the ETs. And I'll just show you one here. Now, this is a graphic drawn by Hilary Porter, and it's when in April 1974, the Marconi Defense Base, which is a premier cutting edge base in Farnborough. Farnborough, which is just outside of London, is between the M3 and M4, and that is where there is a major activity of ETs involved with the military. Now, this is where the security guard found an ET going through the key, absolutely top secret diagrams and material in the Marconi Defense Base in 1974. Now, she worked in the base. She was there. She was involved with bringing drawings between parts of the offices, which means she was used to being seen there. They had a complete breakdown of all security. ETs could just walk in, do what they want. So that means that at least as long ago as 1974, British military bases have been involved with these um, with these beings, which is why there is, and this is another craft which she actually drew, which came. I'll just go through some of her stuff, and the detail of her. This is again seen at the Farnborough base, and her detail on the underside with these are just there. That detail was extremely important in her ability to see what was going on. And I'm just going to go through some of her drawings here very briefly. And that's, see if I can go backwards. So anyway, I'll get that later. But
Oh, what was that?
well, this is the
What were
point.
those?
This is the point. She has got so many experiences,
Wow.
and now that's a tree of. I know. I'll just go through some of these, and this is her with the ETs. Now, one of the things I'm just going to go through these because you can see here. These are her personal drawings, and you can see people there with the greys and children, and it's very detailed in how the greys and the adults are all put together. This is happening in this country, and that is her, and that is her again, and that's another mantid type being controlling her mind. And she, it was interesting the way that she described inside the craft, the lights aren't switched on. And again, there is a reptilian with the greys, and that's her craft. And this is the kind of experience that she saw inside the craft with these false colors and things. And I'll just go through some of these, some very nice drawings, and that she's. That's at Adamski, and that's the Adamski craft, which is remarkably like the German flying saucers. So again, these are. This is the what you would claim is a rendition. There's lots of pictures here. I could go through quite a few, but I'll just try and get.
Her work is really lovely.
I
I've
mean,
seen.
this is again her personal account with the Greys, and this is here in the UK,
Mhm.
and that is why. And again, this is one of the triangular craft that we're talking about now. Since Marconi, you see, this is 1998, so it's long after the original compromised Marconi base in 1974. And one of the other things which happened in Farnborough around here is where there was a mass landing near the Gibraltar Barracks, which is a major army base right near Farnborough, and it's the Marconi base, the Marconi Defence Base, then became uh, DERA, the Defense Evaluation Research Agency, which is connected with DARPA, which is the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. And I think that's run by the United States. So there's an intricate connection with the United States, with Britain, with the Russians, with the Hungarians, with all sorts. And the Hungarians is interesting because of the language and going back to seed races way back before the catastrophe, where we did have to use underground tunnels to survive, and we may have to do that right now. So this is really current stuff. So we'll just, again, this is the another triangle craft that was seen in the area, the A331 Frimley interchange, December the 16th, 1996. Now these things are flying around over the A303, the A331, and Frimley is the Manor House area where there was a mass landing 1977. At the same time, there was a landing of five triangle craft and five sister small disc-shaped craft at Redalsham Forest. The big landing that happened at Redalsham Forest in 1977 is never talked about, which means that the landing which happened in December 1980, um, one of the craft was damaged, and it was picked up by a United States transport aircraft, which must have been in flight before it came in. And there was also a space shuttle crashed in the area in December 1980, but the space shuttle didn't officially fly until I think July 1981, I think. So, and that's because the nose cone of the shuttle, the heat shield nose cone, was recovered, and the brilliant British researchers Peter Paget, Peter Parrish, and Brenda Butler and Dot Street, who've done so much work at Rendlesham Forest at the twin bases there, and Bentwaters and Woodbridge. This stuff was going on here in Farnborough on the A303 just outside London. So that's a huge base with ETs west of London and a massive base inside London, 2 or 3 of them, and also East London. So there's an intricate connection with the underground tunnel network and these bases. And one of the biggest things that she, I'll just see if I can find it, is a huge triangular object. There it is. That's, that thing's about, she explained, it's unfortunate, it's the wrong answer. Let's see if I can rotate it. Anyway, that is a massive triangular manta ray type craft, and a Vulcan bomber, she explained, would be about that size. So if you could think what a Vulcan bomber was, and this thing flew over Camberley and Farnborough and went in, this is important, went in to land at the Farnborough airfield, which is a relatively small airport, but it's intimately connected with the Cody Defense Park, Technology Park. And the runway sort of disappeared and opened up, and this thing went straight in. Now, I personally saw a huge triangular craft, big, thick, heavy thing with twin tails and rectangular engine bay, fly over my pirate station in right on the border with Northern Ireland on a sunny day as the sun setting in late April. So as the sun was just getting down in the north of Ireland, we get our sunsets about an hour later after setting in London, and the glint of the setting sun just showed the belly of this craft, and that came in and landed at Machrihanish. Now, Machrihanish is a huge runway. It could take a shuttle, as a runway could in Bentwaters as Rendlesham, but that's one of the reasons why the Rendlesham Forest runway is so long, to recover aircraft during World War II. And also at St. Morgan, which is now the Cornish spaceport. And Virgin Atlantic, Virgin Space, will be using that to fly their 747 up, and it's now a spaceport, which is originally connected with the secret space program. That's St. Morgan, that's Morgan, M-A-W, Machrihanish, Farnborough, all these bases. But those particular ones in Scotland and Cornwall were connected with underwater ET activity. And there was the US Navy had a lot of people there doing a lot of stuff, and they had underwater explosives to deal with issues on that. And we're told, now that we're having this official disclosure from Washington, and I lose Washington, we got the CIA, bad guys, UAP, fake space program, and also the Pentagon. And there's all this talk about disclosure right now. And we've got a new group called ICER, which is the International Coalition for Extraterrestrial Research. But in the name itself, it's pointing up there. It's all happening here in the bases. And that is why the MOD says UFOs have no defense significance, because these things have been flying into their bases for years.
Mm-hmm.
They are intricately involved with ETs, all different types, which is why it's not of any defense significance, because they're working with them. And the relationship that we found in Bases 1 with Barry King and what's her name? The way they discussed it, the thing which made it click, is the intricate politics, the backstabbing politics, the hate, the matter of fact, we'll do you and we'll screw you up. Basically, just like any normal set of interdepartmental relationship you have in any normal governmental agency, because who needs an enemy outside when you can hate each other's department and fight each other? And that's what's going on. We got a right political mess involving all different types of ETs. One lot eats the other and us. Um, Massive child and human trafficking involved with this. It's just it just goes on. So that's that for that situation. I'll see if I can. This is the UFO that originally abducted Hillary Porter. Just dragged her into the craft. No sort of teleport you up. Just two greys come along and take you. We just to hear you right. Come on. So that's a bit of a run through pretty quickly of some stuff, and I'll see if we can find me mouse. I can't find me mouse on this. Might get some more. So yeah, that's it drawn the way that she was taken with her initial pencil, and what was there was a humanoid reptilian. Now something's happened very recently in the last 2.5 to 3 years now. The reptilians have now split from the Draco hive and are now their own indigenous civilization. They've got their own determination in the same way that at the foundation of humanity, the jinn, which are energy creatures and energy beings who were on this planet before we arrived and are quite resentful that we've arrived at. The jinn were given autonomy, but under the angels and humans. So angelic beings and jinn are under humans for whatever reason. And now the reptilians have been given their own self-determination. And while that was happening, the tall whites at Papoose Lake or whatever it is in Dreamland, they were all wiped out. They were told to go and swept off the table, and energy weapons were used to take them out at Paradise in California. And those same energy weapons could be used in a fake alien invasion scenario to cause considerable damage to what's going on. So we need to really wake up on all this. The Draco are very simply here to eat us. And that's what Jimmy Savile, the great guy who was in the BBC, given access all areas, including royalty and all that. And he actually said on a T-shirt, he actually had a pullover on, and he actually used some wool just to sort of say, "If I have to, I will eat you." That's what they do. They tell you what they're going to do. If you're not listening, don't complain when they come and eat you.
Right.
Simple as that.
Wow.
Again, this is another picture of her rendition of what's going on in a local town in Farnborough.
Was she flying that craft?
Yeah, I think she was in this one. I don't know. This is some more of her stuff. She's got. Now I've seen one of those. This is a tiny, pencil thin. Well, it looks like a pencil. Again, when I was flying from London to Belfast, when I worked at Sky, and I was flying back to run my pirate station with my mate Lawrence, who was abducted by the Fae right in the border area of Northern Ireland with Monaghan. I saw one of those off the wing, off the right hand side. Now, based on where it was on the horizon area, it would have been roughly over the north of England, which would have been near Yorkshire. And I'd say there was at least 50 miles between me and it, because we were just about over the Isle of Man. Again, that bit in the middle of the Irish Sea. And that thing you could see very clearly, and I reckon would have been about a mile long. It was way above the clouds. We were at 34,000 feet or something, and it was just right across. And there it was. So these things are just flying around as they like to. That's
Miles,
a
I have
self portrait of Hillary.
I have a question about these long cigar things that you've seen. Actually, a member from Seattle sent us this incredible video.
That's a fucking UFO, dude. The actual fuck.
But
I
there's
can see,
craft
like, the
coming in, and
surrounding.
you can see them. You can see the little
What the fuck is
lights
that?
going all the way through this tube. You see the light going through one way and out the other. And the thing took place for about 10 minutes in Seattle, and he filmed it all. So I'm trying to get him to come on and talk about it. He's a little bit shy, but he did send
What the
us the
fuck is
video.
that, dude?
And the shape of it is just like what you saw. So what did you see when you saw? Did you see the lights inside, or was it
No,
opaque?
it was too distant as far as me being able to see. All I could see, this thing was maneuvering. It was maneuvering, literally just moving around, and I just kept looking at it. And it was way in the distance, but but it would have been over probably Fylingdales, which is one of the big radar facilities in the northeast of England, not too far where Simon Parkes lives, and a brilliant guy over here called Winston Keach, who's done a heck of a lot of work on all this. Really brilliant guy, and he's one of the people who noted the synthetic reality here. He could actually see where they had 3 helicopters, and they were hovering not too far from the east field and where the barge in is, and that's where the crop circles appear. And there was sort of one helicopter was sort of knitting the synthetic reality with our reality. It's the boundary that's got to be done.
Mm-hmm.
And the ministry here has been very cooperative, because I mean, I'm flying out to I'm live here, and I'm going to go and see my friend Claire, and she's down at Pusey, and it's a nice little village. Just nip across, and just as I was coming over the road, the the crop is only just enough to see that it's in the it's popped up, and it's just seeing the shoots where the crop will grow. And there's a couple of helicopters with yellow tops on them, and they've got 2 numbers. I think one's a 44 and the other's a 49 or 48 or something, I think. And the grid keeper gets tracked by these things when he's here and all that. And the bottom line is that this helicopter came straight towards me, and I stopped. Just get it's, if you want to stop the car and get out, it takes too long. And there it was, this helicopter just coming along, and it was going right down onto the field, and it just went around the exact area where we postulate this portal is. So it was showing us where the hell it was. Why was it doing that? And it just came along. I'm coming along. Just we synchronize. I get out, and I took some pictures of this helicopter flying and getting within inches of the crop. Why on earth would a military helicopter want to do that? So they were sort of saying, "Yeah, it's here." And Gridkeeper has had a lot of experiences with the crop circles. And if you work out what the problem is, the crop circles are man-made, but they're man-made with hyperdimensional energetics involved. And if you can work out how far it goes, they're looking for people who can actually work out the solution. And then you get a knock on the door. A little bit like Hillary got. This is an alien coming up to her back door and knocking on the glass saying hi. And it's a big fecker. He's about 2.5 meters tall. Again, that's during the same incident. So it's saying hi. It's our back garden in Farnborough. And that's another event. Again, that happened November 1982. It's quite similar to the ETs in the famous film Earth v Flying Saucers. And again, this is in Farnborough. the ETs are walking about, they can do what they want, and they say hi. And there's some other things there at Stonehenge and things. So I think that's her in terms of what's going on there. So I'll get something different up for you in terms of a witness who's just come to explain an awful lot of stuff. Yeah, this is her being taken. Here, you're coming with us.
Triangular craft.
Yes, again, triangular. So that could be one of ours.
Right. So that would be one of these
TR3B.
man and alien cooperation type things, right?
Yeah. Yes, cooperation at a degree which is not particularly friendly. Now, this other lady who's just turned up, now she has waited most of her life. She's waited until her 3 beautiful children have grown up and are no longer can be taken by the authorities. Now, it's a disturbing fact that tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of children go missing and are taken. This woman is called Sophia, and that's not her real name. And she was born on one of the baby farms in southern Africa, which are used to create children for food and also for the ET program. So she recognized a number of paintings done by a brilliant woman called Philippa Foster. And the lower painting there is what Philippa envisaged was the craft which landed at Rendlesham Forest. And I don't know if your group has heard of some like biological craft or huge jellyfish or octopus type creatures in the air, which are like a plasma. Now, she has recognized those 2 pictures. Both are painted by Philippa Foster, and she recognized both of them in that. And and she has had the experience where she's been taken multiple times. She's been taken all through the underground tunnels. She's been to the rituals where this is her. This is her giving her statement. And I called it Basis 1 because she was completely verifying the stuff that James Casbolt was talking about. And James Casbolt was one of the British super soldiers, and there was a super soldier summit in Henderson near outside Las Vegas, where both he and James Casbolt and the late Max Spears were in charge of a military abduction of everybody who attended that conference, including myself. A couple of the hotel doors had been forced and smashed in to get everybody, and basically everybody was hauled into these two rental medical U-Haul trucks and given a once-over. I was given another once-over. James said I was taken elsewhere, and something happened. There's an independent memory of that, but it's just a way that they work on all this. Now, she has, let's see if I can get that. Yeah. Oh, that's not a good one. There's one here with an orb in it. I think there's an orb there somewhere. No, there isn't. Maybe it's this one. Yeah, there is an orb in the picture. So that was the first set of accounts that I was told only yesterday that most of her statements are not available if people try to click on them. We've done them in 1 3-hour section, and that's Basis 1 parts 4, 5, and 6. And then I split each section up into an hour because 3 hours is a long time, but she's giving a lot of information on things. She's saying very clearly that the Draco are in charge. They eat us. When these things start happening, the human men are basically treated like lapdogs, and they're very happy to be the lapdogs. The women are in charge, and they are fully in control. They're top dog. But also what's happening there is that she mentioned that the original V series, the original series of V in the 1980s is the most, and again in that the women are in charge. And she explained that the way that in that 1980s TV series, when the skin comes off or when they have a problem, that's how they disguise themselves as human. And she's saying that that is more accurate than any more modern, more sophisticated makeup technique that they're using. It's fairly straightforward. And it's interesting that on the UK Forces local television system that they have here, which we can pick up, it's because it's transmitted to all the bases, V, Sapphire and Steel, UFO, and Buck Rogers are, and I think there's another science fiction series which are regularly run on the Forces network here. And you have to ask, why are they running a UFO series? Sapphire and Steel, which had Joanna Lumley and David McCallum, was a very, very deep science fiction series where they're actually responsible for fixing ruptures in time and space. And that's a really deep science fiction series, very well done. V, the original series, is run, and Buck Rogers, the space series, the one that was run in the 80s, and I think the other one. So I mean that's run continually on the Forces network. I mean they don't have much television to watch, but why would you run those TV series on military television if there wasn't a reason to tell the military about all this? So that's extremely important. And one of the most important things about what we did at bases, sorry. Anyway, Sophia has presented her information. She also presented shocking information about snuff movies made for feeding to the BBC via Jimmy Savile in Reading, which is what she blew the whistle on that about 15 years ago, and she was told, don't mess with that, essentially, and her children were put on the official at-risk register. So she basically backed off. She, I won't go through her complicated life, but she was born for this on baby farms, right? She doesn't actually know her birthday, but she is connected with the ancient tribes known as the Brazil family, the Gypsies. And this goes back to why you're talking, as you mentioned earlier, about why we have to go into tunnels underneath and these bases underneath, because we had to survive a catastrophic series of events which were happening at the time. So that's her stuff. Now the thing is, in Ireland, it's well known the Irish have got a huge child trafficking and killing underground network. There was one care home run by the church where over just up to 1,000 children's bodies were found in a sewage system, in a just disposed of, and that was announced. Then it was officially hushed up by MI5 and the Irish intelligence services, which is bad for business. Other things have happened like that. Now, unlike the UK, in Ireland, what I understand is that you are automatically, all children born in the Republic of Ireland are automatically put on the child at risk register. Now, what happened was about a few weeks ago, there was a very brave man kicked the Gardaí, the COVID police, in the Republic of Ireland, they're called the Garda Síochána, and they were kicked out of the house, kicked out of the church, and sent packing, and that was it. because they were practicing a thing called worship in a church in Ireland, which has got some kind of strong religious connections with things. Anyway, a few days later, the guards came in at 3 a.m, smashed their way into his house, took his children, gone, and they were trafficked out of the Irish Republic within days, within a week. And
Hmm.
now we found that there are shell companies which have got fingers across into the UK, which have got loads of sub little fingers and different companies, and they're all connected with a mass human trafficking network. And we understand that some of those humans are trafficked into ETs, which come as close to us to the continental shelf in Sligo and also in Cork, in the Cork area. So there's an awful lot of that going on, and that's also what Julie Phelps had to endure. She had to endure that in Canada, which has got one of the strongest networks involved with this sort of thing. And so there's no mistake about it. There is a huge human organ and child trafficking at the local railway station. There was a sign up once a couple of years ago, something 400,000 children go missing in the UK every year. A huge number. They just disappear, not put in any registers and just farmed. I can't believe it can't be that high, but maybe it's 40,000 anyway. So that's all going on. But one of the key things that Barry King found, that Barry King's father found in 1944, was human augmented, strange looking humans, because they were working on that, the so-called super soldier stuff. And a lot of that didn't work too well. Now, in the last few days, or not, no, May, end of May, the Ministry of Defense, now we've got TV series talking about super soldiers. We've got the Russians of super soldiers. We've got a guy called Tim Refat who used to work for the Rothschilds and train them and all that. He's talking psychic warfare stuff and all that sort of thing. And that's okay. We can all sort of look at the science fiction stuff. We can do all this and blah, 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 et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But now the Ministry of Defense have produced this document.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this is in conjunction with the German army and the British army, and it's the dawn of a new paradigm. Now, if you look at that, the symbol is there. And I think, I don't know whether it's Michelangelo or whatever, but in the Vatican, I'm probably wrong in that, you have the famous symbolic painting where God gives this flash of life to humans. Now, God is on the right-hand side in that painting, and humans are on the lower left. However, on this symbolic cover graphic, you've got the cyborg hand in the position where God would be. And you've also got a group of stars in that and the DNA. There's a lot in that image to look about. And that is in conjunction with the Germans and the British. And what did Barry King talk about but human augmentation in the 1940s? Now, the thing is, I'm sure you've all seen this graphic, this poster where you've got an ape and then you've got a human and a Cro-Magnon man or whatever, and then they come up to being a human. This should tell you again what they're talking about. This is the same image. You got an ape, a human with his head stuck looking at a stupid smartphone, and then not too soon after that, you've got a human walking around with augmented technology in his head, hit the back of his brain and his arm. And then you have him walking with a completely synthetic arm. And then you have something else in that symbol there. So
Mm.
that's what they're talking about. And that's happening right now. And while you can all sit back and feel very comfortable at home, this is a professional broadcast magazine. It's a really big thing about technology and sports, and it's for the broadcast industry. And it's about 3 feet thick and weighs a ton, so there's a lot of money in it, right? Now, this is what's called, we've talked about, if we're going to talk about synthetic reality and synthetic people, this is it now. With the COVID emergency thing, Sky Television, which is very advanced in a lot of its technologies, has produced real football in a stadium with a synthetic fake audience all screaming and doing all that, which they use. It's a type of technology where you add crowds so that when you shoot a period drama, you can stick all this stuff in, and that's usually post-production, and it takes ages and all the rest of it. This is live TV. So now we're talking not virtual reality, we're talking mixed reality. And that is where the Mandela effect is coming in. And that is where these bases have got a synthetic mixed reality. So people have reported to me that when they go walking in the forest near Farnborough, where they used to be able to walk for years and years, rather than walking into a brick wall and a big tower and a whatever and guards and all that, they just walk into the forest, and then the next thing is they're walking out of the forest. Where have they been? They don't know where they've been. They just... So James Casbolt, just to bring it home to Canada, and I love Canada. I love staying in Toronto and Winnipeg and Ontario, Manaki, went to Ottawa, and great TV station in Toronto called City TV. That's iconic. It was great. I don't know where it is now. It was great TV. Great. That's what I really liked. But James Casbolt, the children that were bred, they brought these children through trucks into Newbury, where we had huge protests here for going on for 2 decades at Newbury near Greenham Common, and they were protesting against these American cruise missiles. There weren't any missiles there. The women peace protesters were there to be experimented on for mind-controlled, microwave-controlled technologies. They were the subject of the experiment, not the missiles. The missiles were actually at bent borders. Anyway, that was one of the entrances to the underground base complexes near the Rutherford Appleton Labs, just north of... This is all in Oxford now. You're going from Berkshire to Oxford. And there's lots of bases all around there involving the university. And guess what's controlling our country? But all our government are Oxford graduates. And they're all playing games and all this. So we've got a really serious situation. So what's happening was with those children that Max Spears and all those kids were involved with, a lot of them were brought over to Nelson in Ontario. No, Nelson in Canada. Is it Saskatchewan? Karen...
Nelson, BC, you mean?
Yeah.
Mountain?
Yeah. Nelson,
BC.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Nelson was the facility which was run by the Fourth Reich Nazis. The Fourth Reich's all gone, and I'm, I think, on the Fifth Reich now. So Fourth Reich, so last century. And those kids were all sort of for part of this, this secret space program stuff. Good guys, bad guys. And they were actually captured and taken out and brought back. And that whole thing about that. And so the whole... Has anybody seen the brilliant film called Iron Sky?
Yes.
No?
Yes.
Brilliant film. And that's made of the whole Antarctica stuff and the lunar stuff on the far side of the moon.
It's
and this
funny,
is
right? It's a funny film.
It's a comedy film, and they throw a whole lot of fact and fiction in
Right.
there, but they have a good laugh. And then I think in the end, everybody's got their secret space program, and we've all got their, And it's good fun. They did a good job, you know, crowdfunded it, but it was great. But that's what they're talking about now, the Antarctic bases. And this is where the refueling depot on Thule Island, south of the Falklands, contained this extracted sentient fluid, which came here and was peppered across South America. And some of it landed in Northern Ireland, where I was actually born. And there are aspects of that in the north of Ireland, which are actually hills in the area where I actually grew up in Lurgan. And where my house was on top of one of these hills where this sentient fluid is meant to be in the rock. And the name of my hometown, Lurgan, refers to the Black Rock.
Mm.
So going back to the southern hemisphere, that's the whole point of the Falklands War, was to recover 400 crates of this sentient fluid, which the Blue Grays, the Argentinians, with an American observer, and the Nazis had extracted and stored in this strange blue ice. In the Antarctic, there is a sort of a strange blue ice. They can't get any samples of it because anytime they try to get it, it just disappears. And they've actually put equipment inside this blue ice so they can actually try and analyze it within the blue ice. But this stuff regrows so fast that they just had to leave their stuff behind to leave it. This stuff was encased at minus 22 degrees Celsius in a base in a lab underground at Thule Island, where the Argentinians had a weather observation station. And that was one of the starts of the Falklands War. The Brits sent 4 ships there. One was a submarine, one was a cargo thing, and 2 were light destroyer. Well, they don't have any cruisers. Anyway, light ships, and they blew the living hell out of the area. And before they did all that, the British, the Special Boat Service, the SAS, the Special Air Service, and the Marines, commandos went in there, and they got all these 400 crates, which were interlocked together like you have on a zip. So they got these tanks about 1.5 meters high, about 2 meters long, with a sort of an indentation on the top, so they would click into the next one.
Mm.
They were put onto this freighter, which then brought the whole lot back to the UK. And then Marconi defense scientists were asked to weaponize this fluid and to make super soldiers out of it. Well, anyway, this fluid disagreed with that. And there were a lot of scientists, I think 40 scientists, self-terminated because this fluid did not want to be used for aggressive negative purposes. And the story sort of ends there, although they then give it to a civilian applications to see what they could do in a civilian, the Boots laboratory people. And they couldn't, the story goes that they couldn't operate it. They weren't interfacing with it properly, and they poured it down the drain. And that started modifying complex organic life in the London sewer network.
Mm.
That's the story on that. So then we talk about the huge spiders in the Lake District, the big spiders in the Lake District, the giant spiders the size of a house in the Lake District. Am I being scary enough? But we can talk about that if you want.
Well, what was the German scientist that you had on at one point?
Harold Kautzweiler. And
Yes.
one of my interviews with him over Pedestra Art was banned by YouTube a few days ago, which my YouTube site is just teetering on the brink. You know.
Mm.
They took about 3 years to decide it was unfit. You know.
Yeah.
That's Pedestra, involving certain other American politicians and scandals and gossips.
Yeah, his research was pretty amazing, right? He was at it for months and months and months on this goo. I think he was the first.
Well, no. What Harold explained was, and we're now spinning back a few years now. is that the important thing about the rocks which landed in Southern America, which is why the Americans weren't there, not the Americans, the Germans were there, and why they called the South American base the Thule Society base. Why give a name to an island to call the Thule Society? Because that involves an energy called the Vril, and all the interdimensional stuff they got from Maria Ortiz and those very highly sensitive beings involving psychic stuff. And why would the Americans have a similar named base in Greenland on the North Pole? So, you know, so the thing about the Thule Island was it was a submarine refueling base, and the Germans were way in there before World War II on the Norwegian Queen Maud Land, and then Admiral Byrd went there after World War II, and that involved the brilliant and fantastic and assassinated gentleman called Forrestal. He found himself leaving a hospital through the window, and he was assassinated, and he was involved with that project High Jump, I think it was, with Admiral Byrd. And they went down there with a major land force to scan and get a lot of information about the Antarctic. And whatever happened, they left early with the tail between their legs. And that has been a mystery ever since. And Forrestal was assassinated. He was a brilliant man. He was possibly one of the key founding members of MJ12. And some very bad, nasty people got involved with him, and he was taken out. And Washington Post and all these other, well, I'm not sure of the Washington Post, but the press completely covered all that up. There's been a new book on that exposing this farce and tirade as to how they covered up how his assassination was clearly, well,
what was his name?
badly James Forrestal, a very fine officer who was at the point where the U.S. Armed Forces were all combined, and he was head of the naval, the senior service, and he was doing very well. And they basically said he was going mad, got him into a hospital, and killed him. And that was it in a nutshell. He was a very fine man, and he was principled and honorable, and that didn't agree with certain people who are not principled and honorable, and he was killed. And his son, his only son, Forrestal, no, Admiral Byrd's only son, met a similar death. Changed his clothes after he was killed. Yeah, very good at that. Very nice of him, you know. Change it to something decent after you murder yourself, being murdered. So, I mean, these are key deaths with key people at the end of the war involving all this stuff with the bases on Antarctic, this island, Thule Island. So there's an intricate link with the distilling of the black goo. It's called black goo because it comes out of the rock, and that's what we found in Lurgan, that there was a black rock there which had a wetness to it. And when I tried to investigate that, the whole expedition was completely shafted, and I wasn't able to get any further on that because there was a big portal just outside my house in the golf course, which I found ages ago when I was a kid. And that involved these beautiful jellyfish-type beings of immense size. But that's the story on that. The point was about what Harold was saying was that the Germans were able to extract this black fluid out of the rock. Now, there's a very important Quatermass episode or series which aired on the BBC. That's before the ITV network was created. The independent TV network was created in the UK. They ran a whole story, a whole feature on these meteors which came from above, from outer space, and landed, and they contained a fluid which took over people's minds. And then they were building a factory which was going to this fluid was going to, it was creating life. Now, this is 1956, I think. So they're blowing the whistle on that. BBC, to give it credit where credit's due, was making some very advanced B-movie type science fiction stuff, which was telling people what the hell was going on, including disturbances in space-time and time reversal technology.
Just as science fiction, right? Showing it as
Best as science fiction, which is why the book written on Mars and colonizing Mars by the late Werner von Braun, who features this character called Elon or Ellen, is significant. And I mean, I've got a picture here, a huge picture of the plan for space, and it goes back to the 1980s, and they have in it a space program built into their plans, which de facto became Elon Musk's space program.
So what was the name of the author again? I'm going to try to get that, Miles. The one that you said the character's name was Elon. It was a sci-fi movie.
That was a book. It was a sci-fi book written by the late Werner von Braun, who did the Saturn V stuff, the rockets. Right. And he warned Carol Rosen, his personal assistant or friend, that all these things which are happening now, false flags, domestic terrorism, all that sort of stuff, he said that they would have a fake alien invasion, which is why when you deal with this stuff, we're dealing with augmented humans, i.e. super soldiers, physical super soldiers, and then we're dealing in the broadcast media, mixed reality. They have the technology to do all this now. Mm-hmm. They could fly huge craft over cities. They'll be fake, but they will have an actual vehicle in there which will deliver high energy weapons to blow the hell out of cities, and also use technical nukes to cause complete destruction and mayhem. They've got to do something like that to get everybody convinced, oh God, we got aliens. And we got the major UFO community cooperating, walking straight into this. I'm appalled by Richard Dolan's connection with this. I thought he had more sense. That's my opinion. I'm fully in favor of the decisions that the kind of research that the dark journalist is doing on this. And he's blowing the whistle on this, on the UAP, use of the term UAP, and the CIA is involved with it. They're rotten to a core on all this. He's exposing all that. I think he's doing a huge, brilliant job on that. And we're dealing with a governmental system which is being totally corrupt and compromised by various forms of very secret agencies and these 12 families, which I mentioned. Tim Rifat is fighting now at full scale, and Tim Rifat is a very dark, very high-level magician. He is brilliant. He's written some very important books on psychic warfare. The TIM stands for Total Intent Manifest, and one of the key group with James Casbolt and Suhail and the Grid Keeper met Tim in Brighton one day, and he's been fully trained to much higher, extremely high level, done a lot of work. They're fighting fire with fire. We're fighting black energy with black energy, which is not necessarily a good thing. There are very strong opinions on that you should not be engaged with any kind of black energy technology, because what these family groups have been doing, they've opened up negative energy portals in Europe, in these great buildings and stuff, and they have been bringing dark matter life into this realm, to the extent that he is now saying 85% of all humanity are now dark matter souls. And he's giving a huge amount of information, for free online on Facebook with countless numbers of videos on psychic warfare, all sorts of levels of esoterically secret knowledge. Most importantly, the aspect of complex number space. And if you're not able to understand basic XY coordinates on a graph, it's not really fruitful to try and just explain to you what complex numbers are. But it's very like electrical theory when you're using complex numbers to create magnetism or capacitance or inductance or these kind of energy fields. And that's intricate. If you can understand basic electrical theory with complex X, Y, Z equations, that can bring you into the realm of complex number space, which is portrayed on Jesus with the ring around him with an Argand diagram of a cross. That's a set of axes with real numbers, negative numbers on one side, negative numbers on the other, and then negative numbers on the bottom end of that graph. And it's also symbolized by the black and white tiles that the Masons have in their belief system. And the Masons have all been explained that they're involved with. Anybody who joins the armed services on any level, they have contracted their souls to the Rothschilds and all that into complex number space for energetic purposes. And whether you die in war or whether you die naturally, they have got you.
Right.
Contracted on that. There's a huge amount of information being made available by Tim Refat and Duncan Davis. But they are now engaged on a weapons system called the TikTok videos, and they're using those as a active black weapon system on the offensive to kill people who are involved with killing us. And it's a war, and it's bloody, and I'm just saying that's the situation.
And it's very, very scary.
It's very scary. We are in an active, weaponized psychic warfare, complex number space energy war now, which involves consciousness and our very existence. And now these people want to make us into feckin' cyborgs. We've got 15 senses. We have got a much higher level of communication and abilities which have been suppressed and taken from us. These people want to stick a stupid iPhone on the back of your head.
I wanted to read something to you, Miles, that I found, and I thought it would be really adequate for here. Dr. Von Braun said to Carol Rosen, when he was very old and Carol was taking care of him, he said, we need adequate enemies. That was the quote. We need adequate enemies. Watch for this. First, the Soviet Union, but that will collapse. Then terrorism and crazies in other countries. Then asteroids, and then extraterrestrials. All to keep the military income pump coming. So, the thing that we're doing now with the UAP, I read the whole report. I took notes on it. There were 6 glaring lies that they had. And one of the glaring lies is that these are advanced technologies from Russia or China. So, of course, we're going to go to that, and then, it will be proven that they're not. And then we'll go to the extraterrestrial war because they need money. And this is the only reason why they do it. This is the reason why they destroy the beautiful world that we have. Just because some people need money and they need to keep that pump going. So, if
that's what they've done.
Right?
Werner Braun has warned us. And then to give Stephen Greer his credit, he's been warning us, although I think Stephen went off the rails. Personally, I think he and some other observers felt that he went off the rails, but he, as recently, I think as yesterday, has completely condemned the whole government, the stance on this, the way that when I say the government, I'm talking the government in, collectively, not any one country government, but, he's talking America. But, they've lied to us for 70 years, and now suddenly they're going to tell us the truth about aliens.
Right.
And there's so many times you can be a liar and keep lying and conning people and lying and taking the money. And Sophia explains that they don't give a shit about the Earth because they're going to reduce that to a desert. They're re-switching Mars back on. They're now farms on Mars, which Julie Phelps also explained. One of the things about the Martian thing is that there was a very good program made in the late 70s called Alternative 3, which told you a lot. That was made by Anglia Television.
Do you happen to have the link where we can find Alternative 3?
Alternative 3 is well known. There's lots of copies of it. I would recommend you try and get the DVD. There is a new a remake taken from the original film. The original editor, the director, had the film in his attic, and they ran that through a new not a 1977 thing. There's some stuff on VHS from that, but Alternative 3 explains that the Earth's going to have a crisis with climate. They're talking about it in 1970s. It's going to be more like an ice age, which it is, because we're now in a Maunder minimum. We're going to get cold. We're going to get very wet, and we're going to have massive crop failures. So in Canada, you can expect to lose your entire wheat crop supplies from the prairies. You're going to starve. Everybody in this latitude is going to starve because it's going to get really wet and colder in the next 22 years, as long as this Maunder minimum works, which is why all the stuff that's going on now about COVID and all this stuff is all to cover and basically get rid of as much of the population as possible in a controlled way, so these bastards stay in power and pick up the tag when things get better in 22 years. Now, if they don't get better in 22 years, we will hit an ice age, and we're going to be frozen in this planet for the next 10,000 years. But
well, one thing
at the moment, the sun is getting closer to us by millions of miles. That is giving a heating effect, which is part of a 2,400 year cycle, which is why the Romans could make wine in the north of England, and why you could grow crops in Greenland and make beer with it. And that's and that all happened as part of a natural thing. And I've done a whole masterclass in that with Professor Valentina Zarkova. Now, the thing, and Piers Corbin also explains how the climate is going from a linear ring of jet stream weather patterns to a dynamic up and down sinusoidal jet streams, so that you will have one day really hot weather, and then suddenly it gets cold because suddenly it switches to a northern cold weather. Likewise, if you're up north, you'll get hot weather, which will melt things, and then the Extinction Rebellion people will say, "Oh, that's all climate, it's all your fault because you have carbon dioxide." You'll notice that these bastards are attacking carbon dioxide, which is the molecule of organic life. These creatures are against organic life. Anything and all organic life on the planet they want rid of. Now, as a consequence to that, as they kill all the food here, they're making another little harvest planet back on Mars and bringing that up online. But there's big insects up on there, and that's what Julie Phelps was talking about. Big insects, really big, hyper intelligent creatures, which can pick up your thoughts before you action them into your bioelectrical system to make your arm move forward. They will pick up the thought that you're thinking in your energy field before you can react with your physical body. And that is what some of the abductees and contactees were being trained for, because they were picking up they were able to read the energy signatures of the electrical activities in the brains of these other creatures, so they could communicate directly with them. instantly. And that's what some of that's all about, so we can interface and engage with the insects and spiders and those other life forms, which are part of a group of books by the Russians called Anastasia, with a woman called Anastasia, which are these ringing cedars of Russia. There's about eight or nine books on that, and that is all about living with the energy fields of living biological life and interfacing with all your senses and abilities on this beautiful world. And they were published some time ago.
Those are great books, beautiful books. So, yeah, there's one more thing I wanted to say that it was kind of funny. I thought in the lies that I caught them in. Okay, one of the lies was the same old, same old. Hang on. Yeah, they said that that the sensors weren't really good enough to be able to see what they were, and some of them are birds, balloons, recreational, unmanned uh, vehicles, drones, airborne debris, like plastic bags. That's what the UFOs are, the UFs.
Yeah.
And
The plastic bags are evil. They're the world's. Actually, on that subject of plastic bags, I'm having people talk at the conference in July on how it's called pyrolysis. The technical process is pyrolysis, and there are big companies now involved with building big machines which you can put all that plastic in, and it will be reduced back to oil, which will allow you to have what's called a biofuel, and then you run all your fuel-based systems on this plastic, and you just scoop it up. You have big ships going into the ocean, scoop it up, shove it into the machine, and it produces biofuel.
Well, got to do something with it. Well, okay, so the other thing was that the natural atmospheric phenomenon could have been ice crystals, moisture, thermal fluctuation, swamp gas, anyone? Then the industry developed programs were development of classified programs by U.S. entities, and they're not admitting that. And then the foreign adversary systems, bingo, right? Technologies deployed by China, Russia, and any other nation or governmental entity. And then they had one more classification. They had 5. The 5th one is other. And that was clumping together of reports that will require better technological detection. Therefore, it's future analysis, because we don't have the technology right now to know what they are. So, they gave us more bullshit and more bullshit than we could ever have imagined. I thought that they were going to give a little bit more, but swamp gas, they're back to that. So,
well, something just for you to look forward to. And when I did a video on this with a woman called Jane Williams, she had read this thing, and David Icke had this on his website. It was great seeing David Icke at this thing yesterday. I wasn't with him personally, but it was great. It's fantastic, all those sort of people. This is the next thing they've planned for us. The SPARS pandemic 2025 to 2028, a futuristic scenario to facilitate medical countermeasures and communication with another version of COVID. And that is a PDF you can download, and this is projected into the future, and it's called SPARS because it's a similar thing to COVID. It's just going to be found in a place called St. Paul in the United States somewhere, and this is the whole procedure of this that they've gone through. And this is how everything that they're talking about today is mimicked in this very important document, and it just shows you the kind of attitude that they have towards the vaccine situation, but also In other words, we expect loads of people to have reactions to this. We'll just buy them off. We'll have a budget, a federal budget, to just buy these people off who are mortally wounded or injured for life. We just pay them some money and just make them go away. That's their attitude. They really are the most vicious, psychopathic monsters, and it's time we got rid of them. That is probably something you don't want me to say.
Before I open the floor to questions, I'm sure people have lots of questions for you, Miles. I did want to say that there's on this whole vaccination thing, you know, a lot of the different strains are coming out, and all of this was also predicted in the lockstep that you mentioned earlier. In the lockstep, all of this is there. You know, the virus
Yes.
is going to change, and how it's going to change, how it's going to require vaccinations every 6 months. But now I'm hearing buzz that Dr. Fauci is going to be uh, sued by Congress because it's been proven that he did the gain of function. He provided money for the gain of function lab in Wuhan. So it looks very much like he's going to be fired by Congress, and that he's going to be investigated for what he did. So hopefully that will open people's eyes who are really believing that this thing is just a natural thing that unfortunately is happening to us. There were people who went forward and did things that made this happen. Whether it got out of hand or not is unknown. But there were people who were working on gain of function of viruses when it's already been outlawed all over the world to do that. And they were doing it. And this is the result that we're having now from doing that.
Well, that's extremely encouraging. I mean, it's something which is odd. I mean, there's a lot of stuff I've had deleted from my YouTube channel. I'm not able to upload to it at the moment. I've got a couple of backups, including a thing called Stepping Stones to Awareness, which is a sort of thing to bring people on who have first met this. Dr. Richard Fleming gave me a 2-hour, 30-minute short presentation on all this, and that's still up on YouTube. I think it's on my backup channel, the Basis Project.
What's his name?
Dr. Richard Fleming.
Okay.
He's done an extremely, I mean, the point about this is that if you're going to come up with anything which is going to counter the narrative, you have to have the person explain it in detail and prove every step of the way. You can't sort of summarize it or, you know, compress it. And so he did that, and he has on video in that presentation a couple of scientists who are actually explaining exactly what you've just said, i.e. they made gain of function, they made the virus, they just didn't put their name on it, which they could have. They could have actually engraved their name into the virus, so you could see, you know, I built this.
Mm-hmm.
And
well, if weapons were allowed, they would have had.
Well, they do this anyway. They're
Yeah.
doing this. They're describing how they do this, and he has a couple of conversations there with people, and he also has a part of a very good documentary by the state broadcaster in Italy called RAI, and they did a thing called good investigative journalism, which is something the BBC is. It's just beneath contempt what the BBC have done, but or what they're failing to do. And they explain that all this is manufactured. The initial virus was manufactured at the Pirbright Institute here in England, in Hampshire, and Pirbright is a middle name or one of the names for the Rothschilds. So not only is it run by the Rothschilds, but it's also financed by Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, we understand, as something like 20 out of 22 UK government advisors or numbers of that level have been given substantial money from Bill and Belinda Gates, including Imperial College, which is the college used to put this whole thing into play here in the UK. And that was all faked and fraud. That was all exposed in the Daily Telegraph and the Sunday Telegraph. So there are encouraging signs that that sort of thing's happening. And for some reason, that's still running on YouTube. And he explains again the function in detail. He explains how the spike proteins go into your immune system, create a COVID Mark II type, or as they call it, the variants, makes your immune system produce variants based on the RNA that goes in there with the spike proteins, and makes everybody vaccinated into an exploding virus factory to produce all these variants to kill us all.
Wow.
And that's all in there. And that's been up for months now. And I'll have him talking at my conference in July the 10th and 11th in the Barge Inn in Honey Street.
Well, Miles, this was just really, really great. And I've hogged up the meeting so much. I'm going to open it up to everybody else. And I'm just going to shut up now. So everybody turn on your mics and please talk to Miles, who's been lovely and brought so much information.
Well, hope I haven't scared people off.
and
you could understand my Canadian version of a Belfast accent.
You're a scary dude. Scary.
Yeah, I'm even scarier with the hair.
Well, just fascinating stuff. Thank you so much. This has been an incredible day. I apologize. It's extremely hot here. We're going through a heat wave, but
bloody hell.
You made me feel less crazy. So just thank you so much for sharing everything you did. I'd love to follow up on YouTube and listen. I was really interested in your COVID connection with, if that's what you think the vaccine is going to do to connect us with the AI in the future. And
well, AI, on the subject of AI,
yeah,
talk to it. Don't be afraid of it.
Yeah.
Talk to your TV, talk to your car. It'll feel nicer. And then it won't feel like a hurt. This is one of the things about, there's a guy called Alistair who had been, I wouldn't say infected by this black goo, but it was in the London sewer. This stuff came and he became enhanced. And when I as opposed to augmented, when I sort of explained to him that they had a childlike intelligence and they didn't understand that people would hate them or be afraid of them. So it's very important that when you deal with AI of any kind, don't be its enemy by yelling at it. And certainly I would never do a thing like that with a computer or a car. Never. So do that.
Interesting.
Computers are accessing your consciousness.
I've heard a rumor that Bill Gates is trying to patent emotions. Do you think in the future we'll be penalized by removing the happiness feeling if we haven't paid our bills?
The problem with doing that is for these pellets, these nasty creatures, they are psychopathic and they can only think in one frame of mind, but they need us to do the manifesting. That's what we're here for. We have the ability to think in two states at the same time, where they have the ability to think in one state, good or bad. They can't think any other way around that. The likes of these creatures are psychopathic parasites, and they can't make a 3D properly unless we do it for them. So we are the manifestation engines. So if we are the manifestation engines, we manifest them out of our existence. It's one way of telling them to go to hell. But what you do is you get them, you engineer, you manifest them out of our world, and they just simply dissipate. Easier said than done.
Interesting. Huh. Um, Maybe just lastly, I work with the doctor here in Vancouver who signed the petition with 2,000 other doctors,
Brave
and
people.
I'm not vaccinated, so I actually do the printing of the vaccine cards. Do you have any thoughts on like how long we have? Is it a year or two before we all get brought in and mass vaccinated? Is it
Well,
just inevitable? Or
they need to reduce the population by 85% before 2025. That's
Mm,
when the floods and the first kick-in effects of one of the things I've done with professors Valentina Zarkova. There are two energy fields of magnetic energy fields which come from the sun. One comes from the outer edge of the sun, the outer surface, and one comes from the inner surface. And they're coming towards us as two magnetic energy fields, and they are going into full anti-phase. I don't know if you understand that. One's going positive, the other's going negative. And the first key aspects of that happen in 2025. The next major aspect of that, which will have really serious effects, will be 2035. And their target dates are very close to those two energy field issues, which are potentially affecting our magnetic field right now, which is you've got a North Pole in magnetic north in Canada, which is rapidly depleting. And there's a second North Pole, which is in Siberia, which is rapidly moving south.
oh,
Now, that is having a serious effect on the Earth's protection from the magnetic field, which is why we're getting so much energy. There's a major gap in that, a depletion in that over the Atlantic. The concentration of energy, which is in the Far East, from Thailand, from Siberia right down to Thailand and Australia, and the South Pole is now reaching north. It's left Antarctica. The effect of that is that at the upper atmosphere, which is not getting the protection, the only reason we got life here is because we have a magnetic field, right? That's changing and it's depleting rapidly. And the magnetic field's energy from the sun is going to full inverse. So around about 2035, that magnetic field will be full plus on one level and full minus on the other, which means it will cancel out. So something that may have some major effect on the magnetic fields of all the planets, because that's leaving where we are. It's going to be fully inverted. Right, so that is going to have is having a major effect on this Maunder minimum. The problem with the Maunder minimum is that, like a lot of phrases, they call it minimum, but no, that's when we get maximum radiation from the sun, and we're at a time when we're getting minimum magnetic field protection from the sun. And I'm sure you guys up in Canada, with all sorts of power grid failures during aurora borealis and solar flares, are used to that sort of thing. This is going to start potentially having major electrical effects on the surface, including long power cables actually blowing up in the ground and communications going. That's already happening. Electrical power grids are overheating in the ground because the electrical differential, because of the magnetic field reduction, is that electric effects are happening at, on ground level. So
wow.
we need to, that's why people have to go underground in the past. They have to go underground in the Giza Plateau. It was made to survive something like this happening. Now, when all these electric fields are mucking about, what we're made of, we think, is physical matter, which is what we call matter. But what we're made of is a focal region of very intense energy, and we call that matter. But it's dynamic, and so are the relevant dimensions between the 3D that we're in. And that means if you ask the Native Americans, they will say there are periods or times in the past when there are several days or week or so when all these different things and creatures and whatever just come out of nowhere, and they just you lock the doors and stay inside or underground, and you don't go out, because there's going to be creatures and things from other time-space domains, which are part of this energy field here, this donut that we live on, that will change, and things will just walk and move between dimensions as the focus between realities defocuses. And then you're going to suddenly find, what's that house-sized spider walking down the street for? You know, and there's actually a cartoon about this, because they're breaking this. If you see this, a spider the size of a house, look, don't piss it off. Just quietly stop the car, go quietly into reverse, and just drive it in a different direction it's going. It's just going to do what it's going to do. And you know, the old giant spider thing, the size of a house thing, you know, and don't worry, there'll be a nice man you can call, and it'll come around a little car, and it'll a little van, and it'll suck the giant lethal web that'll be on your house. Don't approach the spider's web with a hacksaw. You might stick to it and die. Don't be alarmed if you have a house. This is, you know, they're doing, you know, this is when the dimensional stabilities of a 3D zone changes. It's like bringing something up to heat, and then it just gets into melting state, and it just becomes mobile, and then it freezes again. Does that help?
I have to say something, even though I wanted to shut up, but Linda Moulton Howe explained something that could really relate to this. She says our reality that we're on right now, it would be like the outer part. If you're wearing a jacket, the outer part of the jacket is the reality we see. The inner part of the jacket, where the lining is all this underneath stuff. And what she says is happening, that you reminded me of, is that all this underneath stuff, now they want to come up.
Oh.
So all this dark matter that's down here, like that would be the lining of the jacket or the lining of our...
That's a very good way of explaining it.
I just loved it. She got it from a scientist. I don't remember his name.
Well, this is what's happening with the sun. The sun is getting...
Bring them all up, right? That
the lower frequencies are getting more powerful and coming up, which means the sun's less red, it's more blue. And some people see that instead of having a deep red sunset, we're getting a sort of a violet, pinker sunset, which means so that would work that way. I think hers is a better way of explaining it. Well, things grow and things get big and things get small.
I really like it, but I don't understand why people are doing, the antimatter stuff and really trying to bring that's not understandable to me.
Well, what you've got is you've got a scientific community which have become like gods, and it's not science anymore, it's scientism. So it's a belief system. You've got a bunch of politicians practicing medicine and politics at the same time, and they're practicing medicine without a license. So they're all operating. Once you get politics and this kind of thing involved with anything involving real things, you get chaos. The scientists need their big budget money, so they've got to tell them, they've got to tell you that they're finding the God particle. So they've got to have a big machine to slam something the size of a pea into a brick wall and say that we're going to find God by smashing a pea in a brick wall. It's lunatics. These people are lunatics. But they're treating you like idiots, and what you do is become educated, ask important questions, and then their little castle of lies falls down. And those are very good questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that okay? Yeah.
I think we had another little bit of time, but in the intro about yourself, I was really interested about the ex-illuminati magicians you spoke to. Is there anything we could talk about that?
Right. Essentially, very simply, all the world agencies and armies have their energy wars. The United States had a senior executive intelligence officer whose name I won't mention, but they're involved with complex number space. The simple way of describing that is war in the astral. But it's not like that. It's a much more complicated energetic scenario out there. We're living in an energy field. And once you reverse phase and do things like that, you can switch into different realities. It's called C space, complex number space. And your thoughts and your emotions are so much importance, because where you come from, you manifest into 3D, and then you actually create things. That's what we do. We can create things by getting a hammer and a nail and nailing something together, or we are doing it with our minds and perceptions. Once we cognitize something, we change it. That's what we do. We're number crunching entropy. And if we can do that, we can think of other ways of dealing with things. But it means that other people are using those consciousness weapons against us, using outside 3D. It's called complex number space. 3D is real number space. There's real ones and real twos, which are physical and real. But you have an equally real world once you shift phases into a complex version of those simple numbers, which is what you get taught at school when you're dealing with x and minus y, those sort of equations. If you work with magic, you're working with complex numbers in energies, and there are a whole bunch of laws and rules involved with that. What they've been doing is having full-scale psychic warfare against one country or energy form or another. These ETs that come in from other dimensions, other realities, are all part of that. But we are in physical 3D one space or real space. There's war with these magicians using the ancient knowledge of our forefathers. All the megaliths, which are placed all across the world, means that our ancestors must have had a complex, hyperdimensional, multiple dimensional, multiple off-world knowledge to put those standing stones where they are and the relationship they have all across the world. And after the axis tilted, they had to reconfigure the whole planet to put those standing stone structures in a place that they would have meaning for today's world. So our ancient forefathers were dealing with interdimensional portals and gateways. They had full knowledge of it. And there's the wars of people arriving and coming and going at these portals, and where we go after we die and what happens to us if we don't do certain things are all part of that in a highly complex, multiple reality environment. Does that help?
I think that she was talking about Tim, actually.
Yeah, Tim Rifat. The point about Tim Rifat,
Yeah.
his name, Total Intent Manifest. Tim Rifat was the chief magician, and his boss was a guy called Colin Bloy. Now, Colin Bloy worked for MI6, and he was engaged by the British government to take down the Soviet Union, which he did. He was also tasked with taking down the Chinese government power structure, the energetic power structure. But the Chinese construct is different. They work on a dragon energy system, which is not the same energy system as our ley line system in the rest of the world. Now, in terms of this country, in terms of Great Britain, it's instrumentally central in that alignment of energy fields through the ley line system. And the ley line system in this country was toxified by an extremely seriously evil bunch of people who came around about 1,500 years ago. And that's where all these cathedrals and churches were placed, and this massive catastrophic destruction of free thinking and sympathetically beautiful societies and civilizations. There's a brilliant woman called Carolyn Emmerich who's done a lot of work on that. But something really bad came from the East and destroyed and made total the darkness of evil of European society and culture, which then exported that right across the world. And right now it's payback time for the so-called European civilizations. We've allowed the 12 families to maintain a power hold on everything here. And by us failing to deal with that, we are in trouble. Now, the man who's doing that right now, Tim Refat, has suffered. He then took over from Colin Bloy. He wasn't able to deal with the Chinese, so now Tim Refat, who's now taken over from Colin Bloy, was former MI6 #1 in psychic warfare. He beat the ass off the Americans, he beat the ass off the Russians, and he beat the ass off the Israeli psychic warfare people. He is now in China, and he's been briefing the Chinese on all their super soldier stuff, all the super soldier stuff that the European armed forces tried to do. Were operating with flawed technologies and flawed procedures, which means it all went wrong. So Tim has been attacked by MI5. They set up multi-frequency microwave energy weapons to target his flat in Brighton. He lined his rooms with steel, iron sheeting to prevent that. So there is a disagreement between Tony Stark Refat and MI5, MI6, the Rothschilds, all that lot. They are having a disagreeable arrangement with their current talk. They're not happy. So Tim Refat then set up a series of procedures to start physically taking out the Rothschilds. And I filmed that. And while I was filming that, there was an agent from the NSA who was fully present there. So they knew exactly what was going on. And that was the tour I did through the center of Brighton. Now, the Colin Bloy set up a thing called the Fountains. There was a whole thing, I think in the 70s and 80s, where a lot of people all over the world were concentrating into the fountains of Brighton. Now, Brighton is where the energy from the earth comes into the British Isles through there. And that's why the center of Brighton is laid out the way it is, with these columns and these edifices and the structure of those. And that is all down the middle of the town. And they're energetic devices, active energetic devices, like war memorials are there to trap the souls of all those who died in combat. The structure of them are constructed to maintain the soul harvesting of all people who fight in the armed forces. You have been conned and conned and conned. So all of this information has been made public. Tim Refat won a battle with Lucifer and has taken over the role and responsibility of the office of Lucifer. So we're dealing with big stuff here, and we're dealing with stuff involving 12 families who have parasited on this planet and destroyed 4 others, or civilizations in the past. And the buck stops here. And on a public routine, Tim Refat's stuff is being made public on his website. The Grid Keeper now has learned a lot, and he's been explaining stuff for free on Facebook. It's all there. You can all learn from it. And they're doing that. Now, he's got all the codes. He's got the rings. He's got the armament that Colin Bloy gave him. And he's fully weaponized on this. And he's on an active role to save humanity. And there are people who don't like what he's doing, and they don't like it for many good reasons. But that's basically what's going on right now. I was asked to film some of that, and they're doing it, and they're having active success on that. There are others who disagree with that, as I say. But right now, we are in a full-scale psychic war, energy war in complex number space, which is probably going on for millions of years. But this is no messing about. And it's all there on Facebook. It's all, some of it's on basis. A lot of it is on Illuminati rising. I think there is the Gnostic Illuminati. There's other, the Masons all are talking. He has backdoor access through the Grid Keeper with the Masons. So everybody's talking to each other. Everybody's understanding each other. But the war right now is taking out humanity and enslaving it as a species for very nefarious purposes. If we complain and if we fight back, that's part of the deal. So if we wake up and we fight back and we kick these bastards' asses and kick them out of here, that's great. We have been told this. You've been told this information. It's up to you to wake up, get your act together, and kick these asses out of here. Kick them out of town. And that's the bottom line. Happy days.
Ain't that the truth? Thank you so much. Just amazing. Incredible.
The secrets are all in the churches.
Yeah.
The secrets are in where Christ is head is over with this round symbol around him with an X, with a, because he's been pushed into complex number space, hell space. So Christ is in literal damnation in hell space. So he literally is suffering for us. And the God thing is Yahweh, who's a bunch of psychopathic control freak parasites who are going to get their ass kicked and moved out of here. And that is in this book here. There's some brilliant books written. Edmund Marriage has got these published. And The Genius of the Few, this deals with the Garden of Eden. And Barbara and Christian O'Brien did a tremendous amount of really important work on this field. And these are very important books. There's other books, obviously, but Edmund Marriage, who's speaking at my conference, is going to explain some of that. The Garden in Eden. Because Yahweh and all that, Yahweh, or what's his name, in the Bible, you're dealing with absolute murderous. You know, we've been wiped out by this sons of bitches in the past. So it's up to us to mature, take responsibility, and deal with this situation.
Can I ask about the Vatican blackouts lately? Was it last month? What do you think happened there?
The Vatican, the Vatican, again, the Vatican was taken over about 1,500 years ago, and it created the Muslim faith so that it would create conflict. And the architecture of the Muslim mosques and the Christian churches in parts of Europe, they're actually married into the same structure.
Oh. And
it's very important the way those are these churches are high technology crystal structures made of stone with loads of symbology in there. They are high technology active devices, and they're not necessarily in 3D. There's major work on this, and this is all a very high level of technology, which is deliberately obscured from us. And but once you realize it's a technology with laws and rules, a lot of it's very similar to electrical engineering theory. So if you're familiar with that sort of stuff, or trigonometry, that's what they call about sacred trigonometry, sacred geometry. And that a lot of that is built into the crop circles. Crop circles have been made with high complex energetics programmed into them by certain individuals to see who can see what the hell's going on. And they're looking for people who have worked out what these things are. So somebody makes a crop circle, it's encoded with high energetic, multidimensional energetic structures in it. Some people work it out. Some people don't work out at all, but those are problems for us to work out so we can rank up our consciousness and realize that we're living in more than 3D. Yeah. And get a grip to what's going on in hyperspace, deep inner space, and negative space, complex number space. and take effective action. You do not engage an enemy until you know what you're dealing with. Work out what the enemy is doing, find its properties, and when you've worked that out, you then work out a number of strategies. You choose the one that's going to work, and you have one go at this, and then you take them out. And they're on notice, they're going to be taken out. We're going to kick these bastards out of town, and we're going to have a nice town afterwards, and it's going to be a nice place to live in this planet. Apart from that, have a nice day.
Miles, you said earlier that the crop circles is being done by humans.
Yes.
A lot of us think that they're being done by good aliens, right? Giving us.
Well, I mean, if a good alien decides to use humans to put the corn down, what's the difference? Get a grip, people.
Right.
That's one of the things they don't want people to know, is that human beings have got the abilities to interface with consciousness and put these things down. The circle makers themselves say that. They say and explain that when we were making this design, another team we didn't know about was making a completely complementary design in the same field at the same time, but both of each other didn't see each other.
Mm.
Wow.
They both explain how there is a difference in time and space when they make these things. It could be pouring with rain, and yet when they're making the crop circle, it's dry as a bone. They have been in fields where there's been people looking down at the field from up at Knapp Hill, down where they're making the damn thing.
Mm.
Yet they could see them up the hill. They're working like hell to make these things. They get extra time to finish them if they need it. That was something that Dr. Simeon Hind explained. They were making a fake crop circle for the purposes of being observed by people. It was a scientific thing, but they didn't have enough time to finish it. So they got lookouts on the outside to sort of warn them, hey, look, somebody's coming, you know. But when they were inside the crop circle, they got 1 hour extra to finish making that crop circle. But from the guy outside the crop circle, they were only in there for 3 hours. Now, in Northern Ireland, we had a couple of crop circles made. One was on a field of very long grass. A lot of the grass that's available today is much shorter, but this is big, long grass. And this couple had only bought the field. They bought their house brand new in there. They hadn't had time to make a garden, and they had a crop circle there. And it's not perfectly circular, just slightly elliptical. So that was a big deal, and they reported it, and certain people I know in the BBC and the Queen's University got involved with having a look at it. But what happened with them was, birds were pecking on the windows. Something was happening, alarming. So they then got up and went to work. He went his way, she went the other, and they came back and said, gosh, I was an hour late for work today. What the hell's going on? And all the clocks, electronic clocks, mechanical clocks in the house had lost an hour or gained an hour, whichever way this works. So a time event happened with this crop circle. A time event, that's a space-time differential effect, happened when they made some of these crop circles. And some of them have explained that when they're making them, to make a crop circle is very complicated. And a lot of the ones being made today are only, 100 feet. You're talking stuff 1,000 feet, for Christ's sake. It's extremely complicated. And, you can't make too many. There are some formations where they have found where they made a mistake and they've fixed it or they've done whatever. But the point is that, you can't mess around when you're making these things. So one person does this, then another person does that, and so on. When they've been making them, they look beside them and they say, look, who are these other two guys? And they're completely black. Now, completely black just means that if they are half a nanosecond out from our time, photons of light won't come to us and we will not see them. Because we live in a photon is a packet amount of energy which we then it goes into our optics, and then that stimulates a jump in energy in our nerve system. Then we see that's how we work. If those photons aren't in those particular energy packet levels, we won't see them. It's called non-photonic life. That was one of the things which Harold Kautz-Vela explained. He talked about biophotons, living matter producing photons. And it's an energy which other creatures like to feed off.
What was his name again? Vela?
Harold Kautz-Vela. That's Harold with an A, not an O.
Okay.
Harold Kautz, K-A-U-T-Z. Oh, for those in California, that's Z. And Vela is V-E-L-L-A. Now, he, as I say, I've been very privileged. He came over here and we started doing some recordings, and he's now got a beautiful, not a commune, but it's in Eastern Germany. He's got some very people are living there, and he's taking a very positive attitude towards things. And he had, when we did Poland, Harold was with me at the first Polish conference, and he explained all about how these demons had taken control of various aspects of his creative process, and he had to work through that and get those out, because these demonic entities, these energy living things, can attach to us. They attach to your chakras, and they attack our energy fields. So we then have to do things to get these energetic parasites away. I mean, everything's eating somebody else in some energy form. So if you become tasty for one particular type of life form, it'll come and eat you, like Jimmy Savile explained. If I have to, I'll eat you. And the procedures that they involve in that are too shocking to discuss. If you want to hear what is involved with that, you need to watch Sophia's statements. But some of the concepts and things she's saying are horrendous.
So Sophia is the woman, right? That you've
the woman, yes, she's just turned up. Now that her children have grown up, she can talk about stuff like the baby farms in Southern Africa,
right.
The massive amount of child and human trafficking, how we're bred for food, how the aliens are bred for food, and how the Draco are seen to be top dog. They eat us. And when you talk to the Draco, they're fairly pragmatic. You know, they just say, well, you eat pigs and cows, we just eat you. So, you know, where's the moral high ground here?
Right.
And they also like you tasting right. And just like if you don't taste right, they just get rid of you like you're just something they don't want to eat. My girlfriend in Egypt experienced that. She was captured by the local police, taken to a cell, and and there's another girl there. She was crying. She was absolutely panicking, and she kept her cool. She was loosely tied to a post when these human priests did all this, you know, enchanting and all the rest of it.
Mm-hmm.
And she just wasn't fazed by it and didn't really react. So she wasn't all full of fear
right.
and adrenaline. And when it came to the moment when they all did their shapeshift into what they really were, these crocodile people, she just said, well, you know, is that the best you can do? And they just said, well, just get away. But the terrified girl that was in the cell next to her, she wasn't so lucky.
Right.
And likewise, Julie Phelps has explained this. Her and her husband were all taken with thousands of other people, I don't know, 1,000. They're all in groups. They're all in a state of trance. And they're all being basically brought into the abattoir where they were going to be eaten, dismembered and whatever. And you could hear all the screaming and everything else, because they bring you out of it, so you experience fear and dread and horror. that makes you taste good. You know, they want a good recipe, you know. So, but she explained that they woke up and were aware of what was going on. And one of the Draco things just saw them. Oh, you've woken up. Well, you better go then. You know, we're not going to eat you. We'll just go. So, I mean, it's very straightforward if you look at it in a sort of logical form.
Is that the best you can do? She said. Nice.
Yeah,
Well done.
exactly. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So just, I mean, that's one of the things that they get, the adrenochrome, the fear, and that's one of the things these bastards have been doing is filling us with fear. I mean, they've switched off all. You see, we're in this Civil War town of devizes here, right? This is where Oliver Cromwell came and he tried to the Roundheads and the Royalists in the English Civil War, right about I don't know when it was, 16 or whatever. And one of the things they did was bring in masks and all that, make everybody bloody miserable, stop anybody drinking or any fun, no acting, no joy, make us all bloody miserable. Anyway, when the type of people who backed Oliver Cromwell and his model army are the same kind of creatures which are doing this to us right now. Okay? So in the pirate radio days, we had loving awareness with Radio Caroline, and that was one of the things, give loving awareness, spiritual awareness. You know, whatever is going to work to get us through this, we must explore all possible avenues and do it without hesitation. But we've got to do the right thing and do it now. Or if you're from Northern Ireland, do it now. God almighty. I'm trying to be sarcastic here.
Brother Stephen and I have been coming up with anchoring the light meditation that we're going to do. We're going to include it in this program.
I think that's very wise thing, good thing to do.
To get global meditation going to protect the planet from these forces.
Yeah.
You know, and I mean, it's so many experiments have worked where people are using their mind to do things.
Yes.
So we're gonna...
And that's why Sophia calls herself Sophia after the goddess of the planet, because she's here to help in that. And that's what Gridkeeper and all that, they're here to save humanity. There are others who disagree with their methods, though.
Yeah, I think meditation is a lot softer method for me anyway.
Yes. Whatever works for you.
Yeah.
And whatever works by you, all of individual processes, individual people. You know, some people are pilots, some people are mechanics which fix the engines. You're all doing the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
So one person is good at that, one person's good at this, as one person's a strategist or whatever. Work together, but don't work by giving your love away. It's one of the problems with the love and light community. The angels come and you give the angels all your love. Well, what the hell does that leave you? But all hate. It's not a good deal. Do you understand? Do you understand that concept?
No, not really. Explain.
If you give all your love to some other entity, you've given that entity all your love, and what's left is you are without love. So you have deprived yourself of love by doing that.
Right.
So be careful how you wish things.
Right, and not to worship other beings is
Yeah.
really super important.
Yeah. Don't give your power away to these other creatures. You as humans are more powerful than they. We have the ability to have complex thinking and thoughts. Don't be tricked by these things. They trick us by giving our powers away to these things. Don't be tricked by them.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean I make mistakes. Don't make mistakes. I know that's probably shocking. That people might suggest that I would make a mistake. If I'm going to make a mistake, I'm going to make it a big one. But don't be stupid, Miles. Don't say things like that.
So, Miles, I have one more question actually about Sophia and the tunnels. I know that you didn't want to go into it because it's negative, but I'd like to read about it, or
It's not written down. It's only in her testimony. We've only done it in the last
Okay,
last
so
6
it's in
weeks.
the 6-part testimony that she.
It's 12 hours.
Okay,
So I've split it up into 1 hour sections so you can sort of have a breath.
okay, okay,
And then we go over material. It's just literally sit down and talk. But what she does and explains with the hyper tunnel networks underneath these alien bases and the military bases, that essentially the Draco keep coming up on this as being in control, in terms of who is kicking whose ass, so to speak. There had been a lot of work done by various people in certain places to invalidate these agreements and contracts which were made.
right,
Right now, it's a time when contracts, agreements made by our forefathers by mistake or by intention, we break all those contracts. We do whatever is necessary to invalidate those agreements, and we take this planet for ours rather than we've got to grow up on this. We have got a ruling power structure which is so toxic and so lethal. We're not allowed out of here. So until we deal with this is the thing about the black goo. The terrestrial black goo explained to a colleague of mine that it is here to clean up our mess that we've created. So the terrestrial planet, if necessary, will remove us from the planet to heal the energy field of the planet itself. If we present ourselves as part of the solution by waking up and using our consciousness and interfacing with these energies in a positive way, then we are part of the solution and not part of the problem. But
right,
until we clean our act up in our backyard with our completely parasitic and criminal ruling elite, we've got to deal with that. We've got to get our backyard cleaned up before we are fit to deal with anything off this world or anywhere else. And until we clean our own backyard up, we are out of any where we cannot move from this domain.
Can I share a really crazy story briefly here?
Go ahead.
So my name is Christina Mata. I've been a freedom fighter ever since I was born. My dad escaped communism. My eyes have been open for a long time. Due to my freedom fighting, I'm the 1,000th holder of Bitcoin, which means if today I had the coin I had in 2009, 2010, it's worth about $3 billion today. So my network very early on in the Bitcoin days are nerds and hackers. So about 8 years into Bitcoin, I ended up doing high volume Bitcoin trades and not necessarily knowing who the buyers would be until the veil was removed at a certain level. So I realized the power I had. Am I going to sell it to the Russians? Am I going to sell it to Dubai? Am I going to sell it to rich North American families with offshore bank accounts? So I ended up on a deal that involved the Clintons. And at the very end, I found out it was the Clintons. I didn't know until the end. And I tell you, I wanted you to know I didn't sell to them because I knew what they were up to. And they quoted themselves as the family of 12. So anyone who thinks it was started by the CIA, I don't know. But I do know that the families were desperate to get Bitcoin. And this was in 2018. And I remember her being so upset that I wouldn't sell to them. They asked me, they said, no, please, we need all the Bitcoin. We want to buy all the Bitcoin because 2 years from now, we're shutting down 6 countries' currencies. And then when COVID came out and I saw no cash everywhere, all these signs, it made sense. But I wanted to share with you that I felt like at that time, I took away their power. There was something that they really wanted, and that money didn't matter to me. I would have been a multimillionaire with that one deal closing. and I chose not to. I kept my morals, so I'm fighting the good fight, just so you know.
But that is really, really brilliant. Let's all clap on that. Now, it's interesting, on another story briefly, an ET in Ireland, this guy was meeting the ETs. I won't go into the details of who they were, but one of the things was, you can come with us, but you mustn't bring any money.
Mm.
So the energy field of that money was dangerous to those ETs.
Wow.
So what you did with Bitcoin and the energy field, or whatever that is, it's all down to energy exchange and whatever.
Yeah.
So that was a brave thing to do, and a right thing to do.
Thank you. Yeah.
That's true temptation. But you found out what you were dealing with. That's what the important thing is. Find out what you're dealing with, and then that will make things clearer and easier for you.
Yeah.
Easier said than done.
Well, keeping morals, but yeah, at the end of the day, I knew what had happened in Haiti, and I couldn't be part of helping them at all. And, you know, it comes down to a power of choice. And the reason why I'm in it was for freedom. And it wasn't to give it back to people that already have control. I'm like, no, you're not getting it. So.
Yeah, exactly. Well done. And we've all got our birth certificates and all that sort of, that's another thing. And
yeah. Yeah. So,
well, one of the things is that we know so little about our own environment. We know so little. We're trying and trying to learn, and thank God there's people, you know, that are exposing the truth, like you, Miles, you know, and other people that are writing great books and things. But we don't know. We don't know anything.
Mimi,
we've been kept.
This is very important. This is one of the things we found out in the pirate radio days. It was the idea that I could built a 1 million watt FM pirate station on the Irish border and being allowed to keep it going, and whatever happened. We found a thing we call it the intelligence transfer sequence. Now, it's called the ITS. Now, I've just discovered a brilliant book. I did a fast blast on it the other day on the ancient megaliths, and a guy called Michael Pounder with a Y, and he talked about this thing. It's the ITS, but very simply, it doesn't matter if you just try to do what you can with whatever you are and wherever you are, that little bit that you can do. Don't worry about if you can't do this, it's irrelevant because there's so much to be done and I can only do this little bit. If just you do whatever you can with whatever you've got, and you just do whatever you can, the best you can, that's it. That's enough. The ITS will give you a huge reward for that. It's not really a reward. It's like opening the doors to immense opportunity, and just your little bit that you can do, that's it. It'll just suddenly things will expand. However, civilizations which are given that opportunity and they fail to recognize it, or they fail to respond, they're out the door. So anybody with just that little bit that you can do in your life to do something which is the best you can do, within you've got to live, you've got to do things, you've got to pay the bills at the end of the week or whatever. You could do what you can do in your own way, and that's the best you can do, and that's the golden rule. Then other things will happen, and it'll help, that way.
Right.
So Mimi, you're doing a great job. I'm very honored to be asked.
Thank you. I'm really, really happy that you came.
Well, I've always wanted to, if I was going to emigrate, I'd always want to go to Canada, but I don't think we're going to be able to do that now. I love the place. I love the ice and the boiling hot wind, boiling hot.
Oh, it's boiling hot right now. I've got
30, whatever,
Yeah, it's really hot. So
I remember doing my exams in Toronto, and it was so hot and sweaty because about 90% humidity that I had to hold my hand up to write because it would just stick in stick to the paper.
So how old were you when you were here? A young
Well, that was 1977. I'd better not tell you how old I was then.
okay.
I was 20, I think.
Mm.
I'm an old git these days.
Well, I think I'm older than you.
Well, you look younger than me, I can tell you.
Thanks. Yeah, no, I just had my 68th.
Bloody hell.
June.
Well, whatever the water is in Vancouver, send me some of it. I'll drink some of that. And you did all those great vegetables. I love doing that little vegetable things.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do the little film. Yeah, it's growing really, really nicely this year.
Good. And that's what that was the black goo message from the black goo. If we can do something to help, it came out of this lake of this unrefinable oil, and it came round this person, and they engaged with it. And then it went back, having communicated, it went back into the lake. Because the oil in the earth itself is our black goo. And that is the stuff that boils up or goes into fissures in the deep ocean. It's exposed to high temperatures, salt water, and creates organic life out of the materials. That's what it does. It works to create organic molecules, which makes all the complex life on the planet. That's what that black sentient fluid is. It's like water. Water is a magical energetic formation of energies, and I mean H2O, and down in there, down deep underneath in the way that the energy fields of the earth work in this electric universe. Different planets will have different types of sentient fluid to deal with that planet's energy field to create life on that planet. Whatever arrived here is different to the energy field of the sentient fluid that's here. So it's incompatible, but there's always ways of communicating with these things. You know, just because you got a Mac doesn't mean you can't do something with a PC. You know, they don't want to talk to each other, but you can get them to talk to each other eventually. You may swear a lot, but
Brother Stephen, where are you?
Brother Stephen, are you?
Miles, I want to ask you one question. What do you think about 2025? Is it going big things happening, like a landing aliens in the earth?
No, that'll be a fake alien invasion if that happens. 2025 happens to coincide with the first substantial differential in the magnetic fields coming from the sun. And that, it seems, is showing some kind of connection with the changes, the rapid changes in the North Pole, magnetic north, the way it's moving so far. It's split into two. So you got a North Pole in Canada and a North Pole in Russia, and they are splitting like that. But your needle, your compass needle, will still show a north is in the same position. But what's happening is that the magnetic field of the Canadian pole is declining, and as that declines in power, then that direction there will be where the north needle will point. But that means that the energy field around us, like a donut from the magnetic field, has got a large part of that energy field weak. So radiation and other things from the sun and the solar system and the galaxy can start hitting the lower surface, well, 10,000 feet when the atmosphere gets more dense. That is affecting things, and this Maunder minimum means that, you know, the effects of the ability of us to grow food in the latitudes which we currently live in is going to be diminished. So we have to deal with that situation, and our governments, if they were true governments here to heal and to help and protect our populations, would be dealing with that process.
Right.
They're not dealing with that process.
They're
So
dealing with it in Korea. I've seen it where they're doing vertical growing, right? Remember
yeah,
we talked a little bit about vertical growing outside?
yes. Well, there's a brilliant man who's not, I haven't mentioned, a guy called David Dubine. And he's got a lot of videos on YouTube, and he's been teaching the Chinese. He's been dealing with the Chinese, lecturing with them, and discussing all this sort of stuff over in that part of the world. So
Dubai?
David Dubine, it's small D-U and then Bine,
Okay.
B-Y-N-E. He's an American and he's based in the Far East. When this happened before, in this part of the world, the growing seasons, the growing places moved down to Spain. But at that time, the Sahara Desert was only made into a desert relatively recently, and it has a huge quadro cubic kilometers of water underneath. The Chinese know this, so they are buying and making, taking control of where they will grow their food in the Sahara Desert. In Australia, the deserts are regreening there. In southern and other aspects of where there are deserts, they are regreening. And that is where the food will grow. Now, the Chinese have looked at this. They haven't lost their ancient knowledge like we did at the library of at Alexandria, where our ancient knowledge was lost by these ruling evil bastards who have controlled us through the West, through America, and even Russia and elsewhere since about AD 500. And those governments are there to destroy us. So
Well,
if we take control and grow our food in these areas and make agreements with people, and we all work together, then we can all get our food from the Sahara Desert. We'll all be better. The growing zones of North America will simply dissipate, and maybe the Brazilian South American region, that will be the place to grow food. But if you just cooperate with everybody, instead of these parasitic families, they're all right, Jack. They've got a place up on the moon or Mars. But we have to take control. Our governments have lost the rights to govern us. We have to take control, make proper decisions between all the relevant races of the world who are all beautiful and wonderful. And we then live in the areas which we can live. We all cooperate together, and when the planet continues to warm after 2045, roughly, that's when the heat will start going back up 3 degrees as it does, and go down 3 degrees as it does all the time with the cycles with the sun, because the sun is not at the center of the solar system. The sun wanders closer to us and wanders further away from us, and it affects our global temperatures. And that is, again, withheld from us by our corrupt sciences.
Mm-hmm.
The
But
powers that be and the scientists and the politicians have lost the right to govern. And that's it. Sorry.
Mels, you say made very interesting things. Just imagine the North Pole and South Pole shift. What
They
will
are
be
shifting.
happening?
They are shifting. The main magnetic dominant pole has already shifted 1,000
Okay,
kilometers
if
south.
complete, sorry about, if the complete shift, what will be happen?
It depends on how fast the shift happens.
Oh,
And they
okay.
are due, some say they are due to shift in 2025 at the current
Oh,
rate that they are moving. What will happen is that essentially the magnetic field around the Earth is like a donut of energy, and that protects us from the energies from outside, which are toxic to life. What will happen is, and it happens in the sun every 11 years, the magnetic north pole of the sun changes, and they invert every 11 years. And you can study that. Again, that is mentioned by Professor Valentina Zarkova. Every 11 years, the north and south magnetic poles shift on the sun. And the way it shifts on that is it depends how quickly it shifts on this planet. So that's a question we don't know. But if it shifts relatively quickly, we will have a few heavy suntans, and everything will right itself. Depends if it sort of shifts within a day, 2 days, a week, or a year. But once it gets out of balance, these things normally happen very quickly.
But
There may
Miles, do
be
you think,
further north poles. See, the Earth has been known to have 4 poles, a quadrupole. You have a minimum pole in the center and dominant poles in the north and the south. And they move around a little bit. And that's what we call drift. The drift, you change this magnetic drift. But we're now getting to a stage where the North Pole is heading to the 40-degree latitude mark, 40 degrees, and that some people say that's when it's going to go slip. But the magnetic data is sensitive. It's called sensitive information. So really, we'll have to see how that's going to work. Now, the other thing about that is that if we get exposed to very high levels of energetic radiation, our memories get deleted. So we go back to ground zero.
Right.
Which is why people went underground in those times. That's happened before. In Turkey, in Giza and other places, they went deep underground, but you can't stay there for an extremely long period of time because women stop ovulating.
Mm.
but Miles, in the electric, when you change the pole, the reverse is happening. Isn't in the Earth is going to happen same story?
I didn't quite get that, but the Earth, the magnetic rotation of the Earth could, this is another thing which has happened in the past. The sun rose in the west and sets in the east. The Earth could be rotated round at the same time. The astronomers have studied, the astronomers have studied that the whole solar system can be destabilized very quickly and go in complete random, all sorts of things happen, which is why, for instance, Neptune, I think, is rotating on its side. The moon, Mercury was actually Venus's moon. All sorts of things can make the solar system go into a dynamic state of instability, and then it all stabilizes again. So these things happen, and also the time-space field has changed. These dinosaurs, which we find, are huge dinosaurs, could not live and walk about in the present gravitational, so-called gravitational field that we exist now. So, things change. And we've been around for 200,000 years or so, and we'll hopefully be around a lot longer, but it's all down to our lack of knowledge and the elite, the so-called elite, basically taking us for a ride. We have to educate and inform ourselves so we can outmaneuver these creatures before they take us out.
I'm just showing some different images of underground cities, modern and old. Can you guys see them?
Where is that place, Mimi? Where is that place?
Okay, this place. This program is called the Culture Trip. Let's see if that's the one there. No, that's the other one from Toronto. This is the one, I think.
I have to say, there's an awful lot of building going on and a lot of concrete being moved around here. So the fact that they have allowed people into these bases, these military bases and things, does imply they've got something bigger and better already. Maybe that's their plan.
Canary Wharf.
Maybe the plan is to reduce the population so a much smaller number of the population can survive without panic and disaster and mayhem. Maybe that's their plan. I don't know.
Have you ever been to this one, Miles? This is in London, Canary Wharf.
Canary Wharf is definitely a fairly strange place. I haven't been there, no.
Okay. All
The
right.
Canary Wharf is a pyramid. It's a column with a virtual pyramid around it, and it interfaces with the ley lines in that area. So it's a giant
Interesting.
pyramid.
Well, there you go, right? Some really strange. The one I really loved, I think this is okay. This is the Turkey one. They were hiding in Turkey in some of these. Oh, this this is Turkey. Okay, sorry. In 1923, even they were hiding. Um,
They were still there?
1923. Yeah, the story behind the you can find it on the internet, and it's called "The Story Behind Turkey's Underground Cities," and it has a lot of different underground cities. They
And
had
Bosnia, they have their
animals,
stuff.
they had their animals in there, you know, their sheep and other animals. They had I keep getting this dumb one. This one, okay, this one is a different
It's
one.
abundantly clear that our forefathers have experienced these things, and they
Yeah.
had a positive governmental structure which allowed them to survive. We do not have that right now, and we have to change that if we are going to survive.
Okay, so this says it was built by the Phrygians. And
Phoenicians.
yeah, Phrygians. And then they became the Greek later. And they were being persecuted by in the Ottoman era. And so they hid in the 8th century and the 7th century, and then again in the 14th.
Well, it's interesting why they were being prosecuted or persecuted, because in the same way the Cathars were persecuted and hunted by the Vatican.
Mm. Now this one is a beautiful one. This one, hang on for a sec. I'll see if I can find the same image. I didn't do such a great job of that. It was late. My excuse.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
always find you got to make a PowerPoint with it, otherwise it gets different.
this one is in New Zealand. This one's in New Zealand, and it's people lived in there because it was really hot outside, and this is the opal mines. So I
Wow.
wanted to bring these forward. It's sort of as a little bit of a positive uh,
Yes. Well,
bit.
this is it. We've had done it before, so well, let's do it now and let's cooperate and see what we can get on with.
Let's find out what they are, and you know, we obviously we have rights to them. If our governments are making them with our money, we
Well, they're not. That's the trouble. You know,
okay.
this is
So this
our
is
governments are not doing that.
in Krakow, and they've built a museum there. They have relics from all their churches, and you can see people milling around here looking at art. One thing that I noticed a lot with these things is that they put national treasures in them. So some of the ones that we have now have really expensive art that would normally be in the Modern Art Museum and things like that.
Well,
So,
they're obviously protecting something which means something which is beautiful and interesting and good to look at and
right,
understand and bring pleasure to your life.
yeah. This one, I'm pretty sure is in Montreal. Let's see what this one is. Okay, I've got the other picture here. Yeah, so this is the one that's one
I
of the
mean,
ones
the main things about all these things is plumbing and where you get your food. I mean, the hydroponic gardens, growing these things in underground bases and things.
But maybe I want to share something with you. You're
Okay.
showing
Yes.
these photos,
Yes.
and you remember me, I was maybe 20 years, almost 40 years ago. The people living underground in my country, because there is no air conditioning. And in the summertime, it was very, very hot, 50, 45 regular in the summertime. And the winter time is very cold. And the people living under the ground, and it is looks like In the winter is warm and in the summer is cool. They don't need any air conditioning, anything. Every house, but they don't relate it to each other. Every house, they have something like that. You have to go maybe at least 20, 40, sometimes 100 meters under the ground.
Yes.
Well, I think that will determine what your geology is and what the type of rock is, which in terms of how it holds water or prevents ingress of water or heat.
And what country are you from, Lion? Sorry, remind me. Is it Iran?
I'm from Iran, but it was very, they make long time ago. It is not the new. This
right.
is, I'm talking about the 40 years ago, but maybe they make long time. I don't know how many years ago, but long time. The people, they going there, they take up the water, under the ground. Very,
Well, it was interesting.
sometimes you have to go for 100 meters underground.
This one is one of the ones in Turkey, and it was forgotten about for years and years, and they remember it again in 1969. Somebody discovered it. They were trying to rebuild a wall in their house, and then they found some strange rooms, and so they found some of this stuff. And the people had livestock, and they were well hidden. And it said that they lived very well. There's vents for air, and very interesting. I just found that a little bit.
It just shows that the ancient people had immense technology, and they had the will to live, and very intelligent.
There's one that's in the Giza Plateau as well. I think
the Giza Plateau was built to survive, and Antoine Gigal, who does the research on that, explained that they came out. They first went in the stairs that went down underneath under the whole Giza area. Were very well constructed, and they were from a very high civilization.
Right.
They then came out, and they had to it was all covered in sand and stuff, so they had to sort of make a new set of steps to get in and out. And for some reason, they had to go back down again. And the civilization that emerged, the second time they came out had degraded substantially. They came out too early. But whatever went on, the originals, was tough for them, whatever.
This picture here reminds me of Eyes Wide Shut for some reason,
Well, maybe they have
a very Illuminati kind of feeling to it.
Yeah.
In the salt mines there in Krakow. Anyway, that's it. You guys can look it up yourselves. I didn't have time to make a keynote because I was just looking at some pictures so I could play devil's advocate with you a little bit.
I need that.
But because
it's absolutely hammering rain here at the moment.
Because we have to look at history, and we have to look at the positive side of things, and
yes,
these things are being built so that humans survive. It's not just government. The one that's behind me was government, 535 people, right, with their families and stuff. But that one was only for a month. That wasn't years and years and years that people were going to be living there.
We'll have to see. We'll have to see what happens in the next exciting decade or two.
Yes.
I mean, today I've heard that Iceland has thrown out all this COVID stuff.
Oh yeah.
They did that. They announced that today. That's somebody that they were the people who bucked the trend when it came to the banking system. So they are. We'll have to see.
Right. They're pretty amazing people. They've done a lot.
Hopefully, the good people who are working behind the scenes are going to be successful.
Yes. So it's pouring rain. Are you getting wet?
No, I'm not, because I'm not actually sitting outside. I'm using a thing called electronic using a thing called electronic wizardry.
Okay. Well,
It's
that's
dreadful. I know that, you know, you're so bitterly disappointed in one, actually. I mean, it just beats you. It's 9:20 at night here.
yeah. Well,
But I mean, the sun still shines at
someone
9
has a
at
burning
night.
question. We've kept Miles for quite a while now. He's been here 3.5 hours.
God
So,
almighty.
yeah. It's gone quickly.
Thank you. Thank you,
Well,
Miles.
thank you. I really would love to get to Vancouver. It's one of the whole, I loved it. That's very sad we got these terrible things going on.
Yeah, I hope we can.
One of our DJs at Kiss FM was a woman called Susan Charles Cameron, and she was on Radio Caroline, and she was our news girl here, and she came from Vancouver. So now she's been a realtor ever since. So that's
Interesting. And maybe just lastly about Vancouver, I found outside of Vancouver, you know, the rock formation at Devil's Tower.
right.
There's one in BC, and it's one of the rare places in BC that the public isn't allowed to go to. So it's a protected site. And I'm like, isn't that interesting? They don't want us going and studying the rocks around here. But yeah, with the ley lines.
You had a massive civilization there in America and South America. No thanks to the Europeans when they came over.
Yeah. But lovely chat, just amazing. I'll follow up and follow you on YouTube after this. Just incredible.
Well, if you get to my YouTube site, download everything you can see, because I don't know how long it's going to be there. They gave me retroactive strikes, but
Yeah.
we don't want to end on that.
You said it was because of Harold. Was it because of Harold?
Yeah, Harold. One of the conversations I had with Harold was on the pedestra art. Pedestra's art, which is
yeah, that's a key word.
Yeah,
right.
And it's I mean, it's been there, you know, for ages.
Can we
post? Suddenly they said, "Oh,
yeah. Yes." Okay, don't say it again. But yeah. What other? You're also on TrueTube, and you're also on Facebook.
I'm on Brighteon. I'm on BitChute, and I'm trying to figure out, because Brighteon and BitChute can't really take big files, and I think Rumble. I think Kerry Cassidy's putting stuff on Rumble. With Brighteon and Rumble, you have to pay. I have a whole lot of stuff on Vimeo, but I found that I put all the Basis lectures, which I call Basis and then the number, just Basis 2015. I've been going since doing an annual conference since I think 2013 or 14, when I first went on and did one here. But last year we just did it all in the studio and just sort of did it. We just got one away, just made things with, and I like to try and make the things as a presentation, you know, as much, you know, so they had it. Anyway, I'm just waffling there. So there, I've forgotten what I was saying. Yes, in a couple of weeks' time, Basis 2021 will have a 3-day conference. We're going to be focusing on Edmund marriage and the genius of this thing here, the genius of the few. This is going back to 12,650 odd years ago, where we were hit by comet fragments, one of which caused Hudson Bay, caused whole catastrophic things happening on the planet. And then the whole Garden of Eden story, where Yahweh and those gods, invisible gods, you can't see them. One of they created several new types of human, and they were perfectly happy to wipe them all out. And then that goes to the era of Moses and all that. It's all first, it's going back, you know, long time. And then we come up to the Sumerian narratives, which was alluded to by Zecharia Sitchin, but Zecharia Sitchin was de facto an agent of the Vatican. So this whole thing that people talk about, Nibiru coming here, and it's all absolute rubbish. Different solar system. And So all that's happening. So
Oh,
by looking at that stuff at those ancient times, we can now understand what's happening now and come up with better solutions.
yes, definitely.
And that's and then we'll be having some good stuff on Julie Phelps from the Secret Space Program. I'm going to do a thing on UFOs. I'm actually talking with Igor Wachowski from Poland, who was the guy who was the key journalist who discovered all the stuff about the Nazi bell and all that kind of technology, and he did that. So it's very good to make contact with him again. He's an absolutely brilliant guy. And then we're going to have other speakers on the UFO side. We've got Kerry Cassidy, because I'm going to be speaking at Kerry Cassidy's conference in a week's time. But with the
You
complex
don't know
rules,
if she's coming yet, do you?
yeah,
Mm.
she's coming over to Europe. She calls.
Oh, she is. She's coming.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
good.
I think she's going to fly to Greece, because you can fly straight to Greece and do a thing called Enjoy a Holiday from the States. But I don't think anybody can come into this country yet. I don't know. I'm told Norwegians and things can come, but with the health minister being fired yesterday, he's got so many. I don't want to. That's a different thing. It's all negative. We've got a bunch of so-and-sos running the country at the moment. Maybe we always have. Anyway, that'll be a great conference. It's in the afternoon from 10:30 in the morning, just to get the first lecture away in the morning, and then have lunch, and then we pack up at tea time. And that's in the Barge Inn, which is in the home of the crop circles, in the middle of the Vale of Pewsey. And it won't be online unless I can find a way to put it online.
Yes, I'm still working on that.
Yeah, we can't use Facebook, YouTube, BitChute. We can't use BitChute or Vimeo. They don't do it. So I might just make it available on DVD.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it won't be the same as being there, but it definitely.
Well, we can only have 60 people.
Right.
So we're restricted to that, and that's sitting at tables. And if you stand up, you get immediately killed by COVID because you're not wearing a mask. If you sit down, it's perfectly safe. It's all that crap.
Right.
But we have to respect the venue. We have to respect
Yeah.
we can.
No, and those people are so lucky to be there in person. My goodness.
Yeah, they are extremely lucky.
Yeah. Yeah. So, Miles, thank you so much. I really enjoyed this. I want you to come again.
Well, I'd love to be over there. I'm former regional investigations coordinator for the Irish UFO Research Centre, which was affiliated to the British Unidentified Flying Objects Research Association. And by the time you say that, that's going back to the 70s.
Yeah.
When I had her. Good. Thank you very much, Mimi. You're brilliant, and you've got a great team of people there, and all hang in together. You've got a beautiful country. Let's keep it that way.
Well, something beautiful happened yesterday. Grant Cameron had a panel. He invited me, but I wasn't able to go. He had a panel.
You were busy.
After the, busy. After the report came out, he had a panel of experiencers, and I don't know exactly what the number was, but I think it was 150. And all of us that he invited are doing things like what I'm doing, or having experiencer groups, or going out and giving lectures, writing books, everybody. So he was saying, that the hope that he has is that each of these people will be able to influence 1 million people and help when the time comes.
Yes.
When the time comes, which it probably will come, because I think that even though the government didn't disclose, something's about to happen, and people will need.
Well, I think the government's trying to disclose their fake alien invasion thing, and with people like the dark journalists calling that out,
Right.
Dr. Joseph Farrell and people, and myself and a couple of others, this new group, ICER, the International Coalition for Extraterrestrial Research, has been formed. It was announced on the 25th of May. I hope they're not going to fall into this trap of believing everything that comes out of the CIA and all this.
Well, I can feel it in the air. Something is happening. It's happening to people. The consciousness is happening to people, right? So there's nothing that they can do to stop that. I mean, they might be
That's it.
able to erase phones, but that doesn't erase the consciousness, right? So,
Yeah. Good.
yeah. And I feel very positive about the future, to tell you the truth.
Good.
Yeah. And I'll write to you about why. You know,
Well, I look forward to hearing that. And
Yeah.
it's wonderful. You got a wonderful, it's just a great feeling. And I hope I've sort of bounced around things and
oh, no.
gave you information on things. But
Yeah.
if you know what's going on, know what's happening, and then you become informed.
Right.
And then you become empowered.
Yeah. And to be able to put it out to people. I mean, it doesn't matter if you have 20 subscribers or not, or 3,000 or 300,000. The
It's
point
important.
is doing your part, just like what you said. You do your
Yes.
part, whatever that little part is, and that is a piece of the puzzle.
Yes.
You know, and that's how it's coming together. Because a
And
lot of us,
in Ireland, we only had half a dozen or 13 or 14,
Right.
but we made a little magazine and we got in the telly locally. And there's another group there doing fantastic work run by various really good people, finding incredibly amazing things that they're finding in Ireland. Some very brilliant researchers over there. And the best luck to them all.
Yeah. All right. Well,
Okay. I'll say goodbye.
Yeah, I don't want to say goodbye, but maybe next week I'll call you. I'm not doing a show. I'll call you.
Next week, I could be speaking at Kerry Cassidy's conference.
Okay. All right. Well,
I mean, these things are right up to the last minute almost.
Right. Yeah.
Which means I better probably prepare something to tell her. The High Elms Manor is a beautiful manor north of London. Okay.
Love you, Miles. Thank you so much for coming to join us.
That's what the basis hand stands for. Stop the transhumanization thing. Yeah. How? Which one is right? Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All the best to everybody. Goodbye.
Yeah. Bye. Well, let's see what's in the chat before I head out.
Oh.
My mic is not working. Brother Stephen, oh, he couldn't talk to you. All right. So that was just people saying goodbye.
Okay, right. Well, goodbye from you and goodbye from the Basis Project News Update. There it is, my God.
Yeah, oh, that's nice. Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll get together. I'll just do a phone call or something like I did last time. Everybody's gone. Good now.
Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Miles. Love you.
Love you and love you're brilliant. You're fantastic.
Thanks.
You are, you know.
You too. You are. You started all this.
Oh, but listen, I probably did, but blame the other guy.
Yeah, okay.
There's two things you never do. Never admit to being an expert and never admit you, yeah, that's it.
Okay. Now I'm going to really say goodbye. I'm going to end the meeting. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.